All right. We'll just check 1, 2. All right. A very good evening, everybody. Nice to have your company at long last, wherever you're tuning in all around Australia and the world. Friday Night Motorsport this Friday, the 23rd of October, 2020, coming to you from the World Centre of Racing, the Daytona International Speedway, and the Mecca of Australian Motorsport, Mount Panorama Bathurst. It's a triple treat spread across 2 venues, 2 continents tonight. Production cars running the TCR. Somewhat small field compared to what we're used to for a Friday night for the production cars, but it is a 30-minute race around the Daytona Roval tonight, and we're looking forward to that immensely. We're on the sports car version of the road course, not the stock car version. Then we take in the first of the non-affiliated races for the stock car series. They're off doing their own thing for the next 6 weeks. They're at Mount Panorama Bathurst, which is where these guys will be in 5 weeks when stock cars will be back at Daytona. So it's a nice little paradox there. And then, of course, the supercars, round 5 of the championship from here at Daytona again at the end of the evening. Chris Kisby's alongside us tonight for some guest comments. Nico Pops here as per usual. Paul Nichols will be back with us on Monday night. We'll have a few more guest commentators and drivers jumping in and out throughout the course of the evening, so hang around for that. We're here for the next probably 4 hours, and we're looking forward to it immensely. Nick, good evening. Always good to go racing at Daytona, but the stock cars, they're at the supercar home, and the supercars are at the stock car home tonight.
Yeah, correct. That's why I chose it. But also, Bathurst has got a little bit of heat on it, obviously from last weekend. So what the hell? Let's get it done now.
Exactly right. Chris, good evening to you. Looking forward to having your expert insight throughout the course of the night. There's something special about TCR cars on a Friday night. They provided the race of the series last season.
Yes, that's right. Good evening, Jack, and to the viewers there. It's going to be an interesting one and a really good program tonight with all the cars from the different venues.
Indeed it is. Now, plenty to be excited about tonight. We'll update you on some championship points here very shortly. Of course, this is a 5.7 kilometre road course here. You can see the track and weather conditions on your screen there, and looking forward to getting the expert insights of Nick and Chris as the evening goes on here. As for Daytona itself, well, here's the race info for you. 40% fuel tank capacity, 30-minute race. It's set to sim time about 10:37 a.m. Daytona time this morning. So, again, to draw the comparisons for you, it's 7:30 Eastern Daylight Time. We're into the future based on sim time here, ladies and gentlemen, because midnight in America is 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if we were running accurate sim time at the moment, it'd be about 4:30 a.m., and that'd be a nice and dark affair. Partly cloudy, 21 degrees, track 25 degrees. Winds northeasterly to about 14 kilometres an hour. Pace car, if we need it, 96 k's an hour. Pit lane speed, 88 k's an hour. The incident count, penalties at 15x and then every 5x after that, and 1 fast repair for 30 minutes. Nick, this is one of our favourites. We love Daytona, but we also love TCR. It's a good combo.
It's a bit of a long lap, though. I like the two of them together, but it's a long lap. That's why they don't have that back chicane. Look, it's going to set up some good passing opportunities, long straights in these cars, so you've got a lot of time to wind them up.
Let's have a look at the grid here. Ben Snell on pole from Brenton Hobson, Simon Ferris and Stephen Grimer, the second row. Trucker Joe Baldwin in the third row alongside Jonathan Turner. Then James M.D. Wood and Grant Gill, the fourth row. Kester Ward and Julia Muckey, the fifth row. Then Dylan Gray and Frank Hodak on row number 6. Row 7, Xander Antonov and Jared Daly. Row 8 is Josh Thomas and Chris Polly. Row 9, Chris Stark and Lee Siddles. Row 10 is Ben Collard and Jamie Welch, with Shane Witt rounding out the grid there. As you can see, the 5 at the bottom of the order have not posted a qualifying time, so they'll be burning from the stern, as Nick puts it, and we'll wait and see how they go with that. Given that it is a long lap, and we should just have a quick look at that, 1:57.8 was the pole time for Ben Snell, so you're not going to get any change out of 16 laps here, and depending upon how the race pace is compared to the qualifying pace, it might be flagged at 15, Nick.
Yeah, it is. Oh, look, time will tell.
Funny that.
Funny that. It wasn't intentional, but time will tell. If there's spins and action at the front, be prepared to lose a lap. I don't think we'll need a safety car. I hope we don't need a safety car. Hopefully these guys are big and bad enough that they don't need a safety car. Let's roll with it. Let's see how we go.
Indeed. Now, as far as the Gentleman Sim Racing Club is concerned, I've just had a little bit of trouble with Google Drive tonight, loading the documents here, folks. But of course, Friday Night Motorsport is the triple header. It is production cars into stock cars into supercars. Production car standings for you at this point in time. Renton Hobson on top on 126 points, Michael Hammond on 91, and Simon Francis, I should say, on 76. You'll see why I mucked that up in a moment. Simon Ferris on 68 points, 62 for Jonathan Turner, 61 for Tony DeRossi, Ben Collard on 53, and then Jaden Russell and Grant Gill on 47 apiece. So too Josh Thomas, and that makes up the top 10. 4 rounds into the season. Sorry,
Zach, Ben, Lee, and Chris are all starting from the pits.
So that'll bring the field up to closer to that 21 that we ran through at the top there. Now, don't mind that clock counting at the top of the screen. It'll reset when they go across the line here. The 30 minutes will reset. So we're not losing time to warm up laps like they do in the Bathurst 12 hour, which I still think is disgraceful. But anyway, getting set. The Friday Night Motorsport triple header. Midway point of the championship. We'll start to look at the equations and get a feel for who our contenders are after this point of the season. It's North America for the top and the tail of the evening. The main course comes from Bathurst. We are set. TCR is ready to rock and roll around here. The all-rowdy battle. Ben Snell hits the floor, hits the gas and runs. Brenton Hobson had no choice but to tuck it behind as they get underway at Daytona. On the run down towards the first corner. Simon Ferris got the job over Stephen Grimer. And further back in the pack, Dylan Gray is being hassled there by Hodak and Antonov as they make their way through for the first time. Good start, clean start, Benny Snell. And it's essentially a case, Nick, we see it every week. If it's not Hobson and Snell, it's Snell and Hobson or Snell and Hammond. It's one or the other. Unfortunately, we just don't have a situation where all three of them on the grid know Michael Hammond tonight.
Yeah, no Michael Hammond, but man, there's still plenty of cars and plenty going on in this one.
Indeed there is. There's Julia Mucky. We ride on board with him. On the run down to the horseshoe for the first time. There are 2 of those on this circuit, of course. So 29 minutes left in this race. There's track cam. Good shot there as they make their way out onto the oval proper for the first time. And now they'll hit the wide open spaces and open up the loud pedal as they make their way around the banking. Onto the back straight. They will head to the bus stop at the back of the circuit here. So Ben Snell, Brenton Hobson, then Simon Ferris. As they head down towards the bus stop for the first time. And already it's clear that Brenton Hobson and Ben Snell have got some breathing space there. And this is exactly what we saw last week, Nick. If you can't stay with these two early, you're toast. You're battling for third, and that's about it.
Yeah, look, if they break the toe, that's it. Yeah, like you said. So, wow. These little bus boxes are revving their guts out. So used to cars with more horsepower. But look, tactical driving for these things. It's all about braking and corner speed. So straight bit of the road's pretty easy.
Indeed it is. Down to the braking zone at turn 1. Lap 1 in the books. Lap 2 on our hands now. Brenton Hobson just content to sit in behind Benny Snell at the moment. And this is a case, Chris Kisby, that these guys will just work the way they need to on the run towards the pit window if there is a pit stop. If not, at some point, Brenton Hobson will decide, okay, now I'll initiate a battle. Now I'll engage him in the fight and actually openly fight for that lead place. But for the moment, too early in the race, it's the 3rd minute of 30. He's content to just sit in and follow Ben Snell and let him do all the hard work.
Yeah, well, after the... well, it's my 2nd season in, but with all the help from Nick and Mikey and all that sort of stuff, I kind of learned to try and get through the 1st and 2nd lap and then sort of sit in behind. I'm not going to win the race on the first lap, so you sit in behind, you find out if you're faster than another car, you'll sit there behind them for a couple of laps and you'll figure out where they're not quite the best, and that's where you're going to make your move. But early in the stages here, they're doing exactly what we expect of them, and they're sitting there in line. A couple of little battles going on there. I saw Dylan there, young Dylan there, trying to just have a look and see and let him know that he was there. But, well, we have an incident there.
Hey,
Julian Mucky,
Xander and Tonif, I think.
turn 10.
And also James M.D. Wood slipping down the order as well. Here we go. Julian Mucky. Down the back straight. Let's have a look at this. Oh. Yeah. When you forget that there's a corner coming up, Nick, it never ends well. And we saw that at QR recently in the real world.
Yeah, I guess sometimes you can get a bit lost. I guess you need a compass sometimes, but because part of this track does look the same. But yeah, when you're not concentrating or you're not all there, yeah, you miss your corner and you forget where you are, and he probably even thought he was in a NASCAR doing the oval part.
Or it's a commentator's curse.
Well, this is exactly right, Chris. But I was going to say, I didn't even realise compasses was still a thing. Normally these days it's a GPS. But then again, Josh Thomas doing well to keep it on the black stuff there. He kissed the grass and it didn't send him sideways. He did well to gather it up. Remains there in 11th spot. Antonov through to 10th. Dylan Gray ahead of him. Then Kester Water further up the road in 8th, I should say. Grant Gill is 7th. Joe Trucker Baldwin is 6th. Then Jonathan Turner. Stephen Grimer, Simon Ferris 4th and 3rd. Ferris still fending off Grimer at the moment. They're trying to go with Hobbo and Snell, but unable to. And Snelly is under pressure from Hobson. But we ride with Frank Hodak for the moment. A new name to us. And good to have him on board. Repping Rebben Motorsport Park colours tonight. And really good to see. Have a look at it now. Have a look at this. Brenton Hobson all over the back of Ben Snell. Now, it's interesting. I'm not sure what the fuel burn is in these cars. I'm going to come back to Nick's comment about the compass in just a moment, because this is too fascinating to talk about, to ignore. Hobbo lost a little bit of time there going through the bus stop. That's allowed Snelly to get away. Now, what I was saying there to Chris at the start, Nick, if we get to a point where we need a pit stop, that's where this race could be won and lost. But these guys, being a 30-minute race, we haven't seen too many pit stops on a Friday night in the past 4 weeks. So I dare say, in the production cars at least, so I dare say that Brenton Hobson or Ben Snell is going to have to win this on the track. And at some point, Hobbo is going to get close enough, and rather than sit back, he's going to have to engage the fight.
Well, yeah. I mean, he doesn't need a compass to get to the front, and neither does Ben Snell. So I think my gut feeling is there will not be a pit stop. However, if you're Brenton Hobson, just sit there and save like last week, and see where it ends up at the end. Might be close on numbers, might not be.
Well, this is exactly right. So the fact of the matter is that the reason why I wanted to come back to the compass comment, I just thought it was appropriate that someone that's living in Queensland back in 1908 mentioned old school technology like the compass, when these days we'd normally refer to the GPS. I loved it. Well done, Nick. Comment of the night so far. 23 minutes left in this race.
I may embrace technology, but not in my cars. My car doesn't have ABS, it doesn't have traction control, it doesn't have ESD, it doesn't have a bum scratcher, it doesn't have a GPS. So yeah,
old days in Queensland, they don't mix with me. I was having a chat with Nick this afternoon, and then he just thought it was mad because I am from Queensland, so.
Well, yeah, you get it essentially. Now, there's you might notice too, folks, some slight changes to the on-screen presentation. The boys behind the scenes at both Adam Lavis's end and JP's end, the two respective directors that we've got on a Monday, Wednesday, Friday night, have been tweaking the on-screen presentation constantly, week in, week out. And while it looks deceptively the same, you'll notice that there are a few differences tonight. In the top right corner there, big thanks to all the sponsors. You'll see them flashing up from time to time. Flash Graphics, Oculair, Central Coast Subaru, LJ Wiganda, Simple Sim Computers, and of course our good friends at Stone Cold Racing and Racecraft as well. Let's have a look at this battle on the main straight here at Daytona. Grant Gill, Brenton Hobson now all over the back of Ben Snell. We were watching Grant Gill engaged in a fight with Jonathan Turner and Kester Ward and Dylan Gray, but right now our focus is back on the boys at the front of the field. And the quicker we go in this race, Nick, the 1 minute 58s, 59s, that's going to give us 10, 15 seconds there for a last lap after time elapses. We're going to tick over the 30-minute marker on the last lap. We were talking about the difference between 15 and 16 laps. You're not going to get any change out of 16. You're not going to get 17 laps if we go green all the way. But if they go all the way without a stop and continue at this pace, it's going to be a 16-lap fight rather than a 15.
Yeah, I guess we don't know. I don't have the numbers in front of me, so I couldn't tell you there. But hey, let's enjoy the fight while we can. If they have to pit stop, it's going to be a bit of a bummer. But as they come back onto the Daytona 1 and 2, the oval corners 1 and 2, what do we got? We got the Snell man leading from the Hobbo man, leading from Ferris, leading from Rimmer.
That is not the closest Brenton Hobson's been all night, but just look at the slipstream effect through the banking there and have a look at him now, pull up alongside almost on the back straight. He had a look, he put his nose out to have a look down the inside, and then he thought better of it. They smash over the ribble strips through the bus stop section of the circuit. Snelly always gets through that section just a little bit better than Brenton Hobson, who's then left to work it out for the next 5.5 kilometres before they get back there the next time around. So whatever Snelly's got advantage-wise over Hobbo, he's making it in the bus stop, and Hobbo's clawing it back with thanks to slipstream and other things between the exit of the bus stop and the next time by. Have a look at him now, right up onto the bumper bar. Getting a real good look at the Audi logo there, aren't you, ladies and gentlemen? Then the IMSA one as well on the run down to turn 1. So I'll be interested to see, tactically speaking, what the difference is driving style wise between these two at the bus stop, because it's not just my eyes that's telling the story there. It's the gap going into and coming out of that shows that Ben Snell is the stronger one through that section of the circuit, Nick. And if you're Brenton Hobson, you're going to have to be aware of that coming into the last lap and try and get the job done before the bus stop, and then hold off Benny Snell on the exit.
Anything can happen. Even if you hold him off, he's going to get a good tow down the front stretch. And I've seen many a pass happen from that bus stop chicane all the way down to the start-finish line. I've seen people lose races there. So anything can happen.
Indeed it can. So often does. So good to have your company wherever you're tuning in tonight. Be an idea actually if the broadcaster, i.e. me, but the commentator, got his live feed up so that he can have a look at the comments coming in. There are some comments coming in tonight. We will get to them for you very shortly. Chris Kisby in the meantime. I mean, we've been talking about it all the time, and you are working with the guys at the amateur level in our club, the up-and-comers. They're going through the motions, learning the ins and outs of this from the lowest of the rankings here, going all the way up to where Brenton Hobson and Ben Snell are at the moment. The general consensus across the course of this year has been, since I've been involved in the club since April, is that the presence of Hobson, Snell, Hammond, and insert the name of a few others here, I won't rattle them all off, but I could, their presence is what's improving or helping improve the standard of everyone within the club, not just the product at the front of the field as well.
Yeah, that's correct, Zach. I put a post up for the boys this morning, and last night's race at the Roval was an absolutely brilliant one with the up-and-comers. It was good close racing right the way through, except for yours truly, who... surprise, hit a wall. But I mean, you got the likes of young.
Xander and Tonef and everyone having a look at around the outside. 4 of them fighting for position. I'll come back to you in a moment, Chris. Sorry.
You're right.
2 by 2 through there. 4 of them fighting over the same piece of real estate. Xander Antonev's got muscled out in all of that. He's 13th. He's got Chris Poley. He's got Josh Thomas and Frank Hodak all around him at the moment. What an awesome fight that's turning out to be. And Antonov, who's usually up towards the pointy end, Nick, struggling down in 13th at the moment.
Look, some people click with track, some people don't, and maybe he's just struggling with this track, or maybe this car. Where is he? Yeah, he hasn't dipped under 2 minutes yet, so, he's just struggling. I mean, he is human after all.
Ben Snell has the fastest lap of the race, 158.27. Brenton Hobson responds with the 158.30, so not much separating them. Bugger all, in fact. Oh, have a look at this. Hobbo down the inside. This is exactly where he needed to get it done. Into the bus stop. Brenton Hobson on the inside of Ben Snell. That's exactly what we talked about. Making the most of the slipstream on the run down the back straight and getting by Ben Snell and his strong point on this circuit. And now he hugs the inside as though his life depends on it. Someone tell these two that there's still 16 minutes to go. Ben Snell tucking in right in behind Brenton Hobson now. Riding his bumper bar all the way to the start-finish line and another lap in the books. Now, if you're Hobson, you don't want to go out wide. You want to run the defensive line all the way down to turn one, and that's exactly what he's doing right here, right now. And he's done enough to hold off Snell for the moment, and that's exactly what he needed to do, Nick, and he's given himself a trial run for the last lap if it comes down to that. Extraordinary stuff. Here's the replay. Nick, talk us through it.
Well, you can see here he's got to run out of turn 2, as it were, and then has a look into the chicane, gets onto the inside of the chicane. Ben didn't really fight him. You kind of need, it takes 2 to tango, so you need cooperation from the other guy, but then Ben decides to get a good run on him through the bus stop, get right up against his bumper bar, but once again, 2 cars travel faster than one, and I don't think Ben is panicking just yet. There's still plenty of time, 15 minutes left in the race, that he's got plenty of time to plot another attack and get back at him.
Look at the margins there on the right-hand side of your screen as well, folks. Between Snell and the rest of the pack, 7.25 seconds. These two were only on lap 8. These two have put a second between themselves and the pack each and every single lap. And it comes back to exactly what Nick was talking about, working together. 2 cars faster than one. And that was the first time that they'd broken the toe for Brenton Hobson to go by Ben Snell there. Now, let's see if Benny will want to respond on the run to the bus stop this time around. He opts not to, so Hobbo will lead them through. And Snell will sit in second. And this is exactly what we talked about. So often we see races decided by someone breaking away from the pack and the pack jostling and jobbling amongst themselves when they need to work together. And that's exactly what Hobbo and Snell have done tonight. They've worked together. They've got clear of the pack so that they can fight it out. Now, have a look at this. Simon Ferris on the outside of Stephen Grimer around the outside onto the main straight. They come here at the World Centre of Racing. Grimer has the inside run. Ferris the outside. Ferris has the position, but Grimer's going to have the line when they get down to turn 1. This is the battle for the last spot of the podium. Oh, Ferris, nicely done. Grimer had no choice but to tuck back in there and yield. So Ferris to 3rd, Grimer to 4th, Kester Ward up to 5th, and Joe Trucker Baldwin sits 6th. In fact, behind Baldwin is Turner, then Grant Gill. That's a good battle pack forming there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, count them, 6. I think you don't mind. And Chris Polly's headed off the circuit. Here's the replay of that for you. This is at the Horseshoe. And this is going to be a case of just running a little bit too wide and going rallycross driving on the exit there.
With the name of Chris, I think there's that.
Yeah. Chris, no, Benny Snell, a big slide on the exit of the infield section of the circuit here, just as we rejoin footage. So this is, again, exactly how hard, even though these guys are well clear of the field, they're not holding off. They're pushing at 11 tenths. This is Ben Snell trying to go with Brenton Hobson, and look at this. As they make their way around, we're going to get it on replay here when they get up to turn, I think it's turn 7. Watch the big slide from Benny Snell. Good thing he's a drifter. He can use that experience to correct this and not lose too much time to Hobbo. Just a little bit deep, and whoa, drifting through the corner. And drifting in these cars isn't fast. Chris Kisby, I want to go back to you. We interrupted you there a short while ago. You were talking about the up-and-comers. I mean, obviously, the racing there has been great. It has been all year. But working with those guys and then coming and watching these guys, would you agree with the general consensus that the overall standards within the club are going up and up and up as the year goes on?
Oh, most definitely there, Jack. I mean, you just got to look at a couple of the guys that need a mention there. And Dylan, he has his problems, but his racing's getting a lot better. we have young Riley Windsor. Almost had his first win last night, but as you saw in with that us racing here just at the moment there, the slipstream, him and Grant Gill were going toe to toe last lap. Slipstream.
Oh,
here we go again.
Mr. Ward involved in all of that. I'm not sure exactly how involved. We're going to get a replay here and have a look at it. So this is Ferris. This is... Uh-oh. 09 comes in. Kester's there as well. Bang up on the inside. And turns the 065 of Stephen Grimer around. So that'll be a redress for Kester, I dare say.
Redressed.
And he's already done so that's good to see. Meanwhile, Brenton Hobson skipped clear of Ben Snell. So Hollow, Snell, Ferris, Baldwin. So Joe Trucker Baldwin, the beneficiary in all of that. He jumps up to 4th, Grant Gill to 5th, Stephen Grimer back to 6th, Kester Ward back to 7th, and they've got all the hard work to do again because they're 4 seconds down the road from the battle they were just in. And that's how quick it can change, Nick.
Yeah, look, these things are, you have to set them up so they're taily, so they turn, because front-wheel drive cars don't turn. And as a result, they can get all sorts on the brakes. And here we go, Ben Snell to the outside.
There we go. Here's the initiation of the... Here's Benny Snell hitting the go button and initiating the fight.
He'll have him if
now
he can
the
do that on
shots
the
have been
final lap.
fired.
If he can do that on the final lap, he was only ahead by a splitter, and that's all you need.
And that's all you need, all right? Absolutely. Down the inside. Holloway gets the lead back through turn 1. So Snell's had his nose in front for mere seconds, and Holloway's got it back. So now we're about to see these two duke it out. We wondered who would send or fire the cannon, fire the shotgun. It was Snell, and it was at the start of the 21st minute of this race. Because, as we've been saying all night, Nick, there's no point squabbling amongst yourselves from the get-go. It's working together until it's time to, okay, let's sort out our personal battle and because we're far enough ahead of everybody else.
Well, that's about what time it is now, Zach. And as I said before, they'll be sitting behind each other, working out where they're going to make their passing move. So one gets in front, and the other one, and the other tests him out. And we're down to under 5 laps to go now, and this is the time to start working out where you're going to make that move on the last lap.
Well, this is the thing. I think it's 5 laps to go when they get back to the line. If they get back to the line before we hit 8 minutes to go, we get 5. We get to 16. It's flat out fighting until then. What's going to be interesting is fuel. Do they need to splash and dash? If they do, that brings it back to a 15-lap race. We saw last week how much of a critical role fuel played in the result at Phillip Island on the last lap there. Everyone ran out of gas. Now have a look at Benny Snell. A beautiful run out of the bus stop. He'll range up on the outside. He'll hang tough there on the high line on the banking as they make their way around. So Snelly's engaging Hobbo in the fight here.
So
he's no longer content to just sit second. Yeah, exactly right, Nick. He gets up in front on the hill.
Yeah, there's more banking to come off the top of the top side of the track, and you get a bit of a slingshot down the hill there. So he's just testing the waters, drifting a bit wide there into turn 1. Oh, don't touch it. That
was hairy, to say the least.
The bottom line is the shorter way around, but yeah, Ben's actually obviously setting him up for the final lap. He doesn't need to be in front. He just needs to be in front at the line.
Exactly right, and it's going to be a photo. Hobbo wide, have a look at that at the horseshoe, and Benny Snell takes the lead back. So he doesn't have to wait necessarily for the last lap, just a little lapse in concentration, a little slip up from Hobbo, a little pinch of the brakes, and Ben Snell gets the lead back. But that's not going to be the last lead change here in the next 8 minutes or so, folks. We've got this one and 4 more to go.
I think it might be more tactics than anything else. He's seen Ben have 2 slingshot run past him now. Now he's going to try it.
What a fight that's going to be at the front of the field. 7 minutes to go here at the World Centre of Racing. Baldwin and Ferris is the battle that we're having a look at now. Good to point out that Joe Baldwin has jumped up into 3rd place. Ahead of Simon Ferris. Jonathan Turner, Grant Gill, Stephen Grimer, Kester Ward, Dylan Grain, Lee Siddles making up the top 10. Further down the order, Julian Muckey has retired from the race, and also important to note that Josh Thomas has received, well, he's been given the boot for an internet problem, I assume, by the look at that. Chris Polly also manually connecting and then connecting again, so there's a bit of that going on, but we have lost those two cars. Jamie Welch didn't start, nor did Shane Witt. Watch this. We're gonna have a look at Benny Snell in just a moment, continuing to lead this race. It was just pointed out in my ear, and we've pointed it out all night, how good a run he gets through the bus stop. And if he's leading at the bus stop on the last lap, you just get the feeling, Nick, that he'll be able to hold on until the start-finish line. He's just got the upper hand, the slight edge on Brenton Hobson through that section of the circuit.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think whoever's behind, it's going to be like a Formula Ford race, a Formula V race. Whoever's behind is going to have the advantage coming out of the bus stop. They're right
the type of races I like.
If they're within 3 to 4 tenths, I reckon they can get the slingshot and get the lead by the start-finish line.
Let's have a look at this. Ben Snell last time around 158.8, 159.1 for Brenton Hobson. There is nothing in this fight, but they are so much quicker than everyone else around them. Everyone else around them lapping in the 159s, high 59s, low 2 minutes. These two, 7/8 tenths of a second clear of the pack. 5 minutes to go. They'll get back to the line. It'll be 3 laps to go, depending on fuel. Again, if a splash and dash is required, it's curtains. But we haven't seen anyone come into the pit yet, so no one's worried about fuel. So that's the difference between 15 and 16 laps. But judging by what we're seeing, it's going to be 16. It's going to be a flat-out sprint. And it's going to be between these two. Oh, no! Benny Snell, big slide. Huge moment for Benny Snell through the bus stop. He's going up nicely, though. But that's going to cost him a little bit of a time here and a little bit of his advantage on the run around the last corner. And now Brenton Hobson takes the high line.
Highline's got the advantage. He'll get the run off the hill and he'll get pull ahead now.
Have a look at this as they get to the line. Hobbo has his nose in front, 7/100ths of a second as they hit the start-finish strike. Hobbo to the lead, 3/100ths of a second. Not even that. Snelly fighting back on the inside to 1. Hobbo taking the high line, the wide line. Snelly! Unlucky! Oh, boy, I tell you what. He was trying to hold on to the inside, trying to hold the lead, and he almost put himself out of business. Huge moment again from Snell. He's throwing everything at it. He just doesn't want to put it in the weeds. What car control that was for the second time in a lap from Ben Snell. 3.5 minutes to go. As we said, the trigger was pulled with 10 to go. That's when these two started fighting for it. They'd just been working together until then. We're seeing a cracking race as a result of them engaging in a fight for track position. Because at the end of the day, there are extra points up for grabs. This is a 10-round championship. And these guys will want every point they can get. You might have noticed Benny Snell just maybe lost, a third or a half a car length going onto the banking. But he makes it up in the slipstream. Watch him here. Will Brenton hold the inside line going into the bus stop? Or will he leave the door open? No, he's already moving across, is he? No. Benny Snell tucks back in and says, no, I'll let you go, Brenton, that's fine. And he leads for the moment. But watch Snelly through here. He's just able to pull it up and get it out tighter. And therefore quicker than Brenton Hobson. And now it's Snell on the outside. Around they come. 2 to go. At Daytona when they cross the line side by side. There's nothing in this. This is just a cracking car race between two of the great exponents of sim racing. Ben Snell and Brenton Hobson across the line we go. Snelly with the nose in front, 2/100ths of a second at the line. Now Hobbo gets the lead back on the run down to turn 1. Now will Snell get it through here a little bit cleaner this time? Oh, look at that. Hobbo's run wide. Can you believe that? Brenton Hobson went too deep under brakes. He and Snell both ran wide as a result, but Snell was able to pull it up and get it out of there cleanly.
I don't know.
And he'll take the lead back.
I'm thinking tactics. Brenton Hobson doesn't make mistakes like that. I'm thinking tactics. He's get a good run.
Deliberately running wide.
Get a good run onto the back stretch and get that high line on coming out of the banking, and you should, as we saw at the end of that last lap, 0.02 of a second should be across the line first.
Exactly. 200ths, and that's all it'll come down. Now, that was the winning margin in the Formula V National Challenge last year. So that goes back to exactly what Nick was saying earlier about this is Formula V, Formula Fords type stuff. This is cracking racing. Oh, don't take your eyes off this, folks. A minute to go on the clock. They're going to get back to the line. They're going to get a lap to go next time. A minute left in this car race. 0.4 of a second is all that separates first and second. 0.3, 0.2. It comes down as Hobbo draws up alongside and in behind Benny Snell in the slipstream there. He claws that deficit back. It's now nothing. But again, Snell. Actually impressive. I was about to say Snell strong through the bus stop, but Hobbo, that was his best run off the bus stop all night. Round he comes, ranging up on the outside. Let's see what he can do here. As Nick said, 0.02 of a second. One will win it for you. Could we have a dead heat? Oh, don't say that, Zach. Fair dinkum. Across the line we go. White flag in the air. Last lap. Here we go. Hobbo leads to the line again. 0.02 of a second to the first corner. Hobbo deliberately running deep again, but tighter on the exit that time. And he holds the lead from Benny Snell. Now Snell will be mindful of the fact that if he can get to the outside, he'll get the lead back on the run to the line. There's no qualms about that. It's just a matter of trying to find a way behind or in front of, around Hobson in the meantime. Now let's have a look at this. Through the infield section. Up towards the horseshoe. Brenton Hobson and Ben Snell. Forget about the rest. We'll get to them in a moment. There's a cracking battle actually between Simon Ferris and Joe Baldwin for third. We'll get to that in a moment. The rest of it seems pretty well sorted out. 14 seconds, 15 seconds the margin, first to third. And that was a great run off. That was a great run. Oh, actually, have a look at that. Simon Ferris up on the inside of Joe Baldwin. Joe Baldwin looking to fight back now. Baldwin will go back to third. Now they're going to be in the same sort of fight that Brenton Hobson and Ben Snell are in as they hit the back straight for the last time. Hobson and Snell. Snell and Hobson. Now let's have a look at this. They're both on edge as they enter the bus stop for the last time. Hobbo leads out of there. He didn't last time round. It was Snell in front. But now Snelly's going to have the chance to range around the outside. Have a look at this. Draws up alongside Hobbo. Oh, this is going to be neck and neck, nose to tail sort of stuff. There's going to be nothing in this. Milliseconds. On the run to the line. Ben Snell's got 3/4 of a nose of a car length, and Ben Snell's going to get it at the world center of racing. Have a look at that. Ben Snell wins on Friday night. 1/100th of a second. Benny Snell gets it done by 1/100th of a second, and that's all he needed. Now look at this. This is, of course, Ferris and Baldwin on the line. And Ferris got that by 5/100ths of a second. Baldwin fourth, Turner fifth, Gill, then Graham Award, Siddles and Polly, the top 10. And Ben Snell lights it up on the skid pan. Oh, that was almost too close to call. That was really good stuff. We knew it was going to be. But see, this is the thing. They were both mindful that they didn't want a lead coming out of the bus stop. I was a little bit surprised, Nick, that Brenton didn't go to the high line and then allow Benny up the inside. He pushed him up there.
He pushed him up there, that's right. He was trying everything he could, but yeah, just track positioning. Obviously, Ben tried it in the first, in those laps leading up to that point, so at least he knew where to go. Brenton then fell back to try it out himself, but yeah, it looks like Ben had outfoxed the fox.
Oh wow, what a race! Chris Kisby, what'd you make of all
Oh,
of
yeah.
that? That was
Oh,
terrific
mate,
stuff.
that was just absolutely terrific stuff, and that's what gentlemen's racing's all about is good, tough, hard side by side racing. I was actually watching Dylan Cracker and Lee Siddles back in 9th, 10th, 11th. They were having a really good go as well. So right through the field, you had little battles going all the way through, and 100th of that 1/100th of a second, unreal finish there. So yeah, that was great. And I'm off to race control now, and then back for the V8. So I'll see you then.
Thank you, Chris Kisby. Nico Pop, wish you well in the stock car race as well. Obviously, the ARCA car's in the field tonight, and that'll be something special.
Yeah, big field. A lot of new people in here, and they haven't jumped in the Arctic. We'll sort that out soon enough. But yeah, it's going to be a big field.
Indeed it is. Let's quickly run through the results here, folks. Ben Snell, Brenton Hobson, 0.03 of a second is the margin that's showing on your screen. We thought it was a lot tighter than that. Simon Ferris, Joe Baldwin, then Jonathan Turner, Grant Gill, Stephen Grimer, Kester Ward, Lee Siddles, and Chris Pollard, the top 10. Then Dylan Gray, James Wood, I should say, Fedingham. Xander and Tone of Chris Stark, Joe Daly, Ben Collard, Frank Hodak, Josh Thomas, Julie Muckey, and Jamie Welch. That's the top 20 for you. What a great cracker of a race that was to get the night underway, folks. That's the Gentleman Sim Racing Club at its very, very best for you. TCR again delivering the goods here. Terrific racing. The opening leg of the triple header in the books. It goes to Benny Snell by the narrowest of margins, and that's exactly what we thought it would be. As I said, it was a coat of varnish. There was, it wasn't even a quarter of a nose in it. It was just incredible stuff. Just to give you an indication as to how tight that was, there was, you cannot click as fast as they were separated by at the finish line. We're going to grab the quickest of breaks here. We're going to switch service. We're going to turn our attention to Mount Panorama and to the stock cars and the ARCA cars as well. So stay with us. It's Friday Night Motorsport right here on SimShed Broadcasting. Welcome back, everyone. Nice to have you company wherever you're tuning in this Friday night. The triple header on SimShed Broadcasting for the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Week 5 of 10 in Season 3 of the 2020 iRacing calendar year. What a start of the night. What a cracker that was in TCR at the Daytona International Speedway. We're back to Daytona in about an hour for the latest round of the Stone Cold Supercar Series. And we've got some stock cars to look forward to before then. So looking forward to that immensely. In the meantime, let's welcome in Xander Antonio for a chat here after what was a cracker of a TCR race. You're in the thick of it.
Oh yeah, was a good race. Yeah, thick of it. I had no straight line speed because I don't know if you saw on commentary. I got absolutely T-boned into the chicane and I turned into a rally car for a bit.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure we did see that. Yeah.
So
It's always hard when you become a passenger in somebody else's incident.
Oh yeah, that's it. And it doesn't help when you're 10, 15k slower in a straight line. I mean, even in a slipstream, I was just a little bit quicker than the guy in front. And then by the time I got out of that slipstream, they just pulled away, and I had no chance. I had to rely on my cornering speed.
Indeed. Now, what's the plans for the weekend, mate? Before we talk about next week.
Gone the paint floors on the new workshop. No, not new workshop, of the workshop. And going to watch the girlfriend's cricket game on Sunday. So, yeah, should be good.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Xander's got a better love life than me. Not that that's an achievement, I might admit, but good on you, mate. Very nicely done. Is that locally here in the Ipswich area, or?
I actually don't know where it is. I think.
Oh, come on, mate. You've got to be better than that.
It's in Brisbane. It's in the city. Like last week it was on like the border of Brisbane City. This week I think it's more inner Brisbane City.
All right.
So yeah, it's a away game.
We'll let you off the hook then. 10 minutes is all that there is in this qualifying session. So we're halfway through that. We'll get back to the action for you in just a moment. There's a massive field lining up here in the Stock Cars ARCA split tonight. About 35 of them in the server as the 15 goes slamming into the wall. That's going to hurt. And I'm just getting word in my ear, and you're seeing it on your screen there now. Cal Watmore, somewhat surprisingly, yeah, right, at the top of the field here, as surprising as, as surprising as the stance on daylight saving in Queensland. That's how surprising it is that Cal Watmore's on top of the sheets here. He's that's not really a surprise. It's to be expected. It's usual form, par for the course, that sort of stuff. Xander, next week, I don't even have the schedule on me at the moment. Let me just scroll down here and have a look, see. Because next one's our last one of October. Oh, no! Sideways moment there. And that will be the end of that flying lap. Now, next week, Xander?
I'm pretty sure it's a car on a track somewhere.
Yes, there's the 488 on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. That's that's D. Nice Gaderick. Have a look at this. Just sliding it through the dipper. Having too much fun with it. Now that's interesting because we were not sure whether Dennis was going to have a run in the stock car style or whether he was going to join us in the commentary box. But no, he's going to actually have a run in the stock car. So I think I'm flying solo tonight, but that's okay. Here's Hobbo on your screen. That'll be good to catch up with you next week, Xander, because I'm just reading here the Detroit Grand Prix circuit in Belle Isle. That'll be a lot of fun. You guys are up against the Concrete Canyon.
Oh yeah, what car? What car's that's the question.
Well, considering that we've had 2 weeks in the Global Mazda, 2 weeks in the Mustang, and now 1 week in the TCR, I reckon you're looking at another week in the TCR. But I'm not sure. I haven't got any confirmation.
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer the Mustang or the MX-5 because I seem to do half decent in those. So
yeah. Fair enough. Hey, we all have our preferences, and for a multitude of different reasons. I support that. That's good. So So Brenton Hobson's gone to the top of the timesheets here, 208.51. He's 0.3 up on Cal Watmore. Michael Schreier third and Aaron Smith fourth. Then Dennis Gaderick, Craig Russell, Warwick Sharp, Adam Lavis, Benny Snell and Jackson Rayhan are the top 10. Good to see a quality field here in ARCA and stock cars, and we're looking forward to that. We'll show you some ARCA cars. Here's Jamie Watch on the subject. We'll show you some ARCA cars throughout the course of the night. They've combined the two splits for a show standpoint or perspective, because let's face it, 35 in 1 is better than 17 in 2. So looking forward to seeing how they all fare tonight. Down through the dipper we go. Loving the onboard shots from Mount Panorama Bathurst tonight. Now, Mr. Antonov.
Yes.
Any motor racing ventures on the horizon for you anytime soon, or are you not going to the racetrack this weekend?
No, I'm not at the racetrack this weekend. I didn't even know that there was racing happening this weekend.
Not anybody else, that's all right.
Yeah. The Westie's fixed, so that's all ready to go, but our next practice/test won't be until the 15th of November what is it? November's next month, eh? Yeah. So the 15th of November will be out next, practicing at QR, so it should be fun.
Should be indeed. Dave Farrelly just commenting on our socials here on the Facebook Live broadcast. Next week, production cars should drive the VW Jetta. Now, I'll let you take the Volkswagen Jetta. I'll let you take that comment and run with it.
I've never driven that car before, so it should be fun.
Absolutely. If that was the car of choice, that's only a suggestion. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. Anyway, Xander, I'm going to let you go.
All right.
Mate, thank you for stopping by. Great to have a chat with you, as always. I'm sorry it didn't all go to according to plan tonight, but that's what happens when you get caught in the crossfire.
Yeah, it's all good. Love having a chat to you, Zach.
Always, mate. We should do it more often.
Yeah.
Catch up soon.
Definitely. All right. See you, Zach.
See you, mate. Xander and Totif. Isn't it lovely? We just sit here and pretend like we're having a phone conversation. See you, bye. You stick around, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to keep entertaining you for another 3 hours yet. We've got legs 2 and 3 of the triple header of Friday night coming away here. I forgot to mention this before the break. We're here with thanks to these great people at the top right-hand corner of your screen. Central Coast Subaru, LJ Hooker, Gaindar, Flash Graphics, Ocular, Simple Sim Computers, SimShed Broadcasting, of course, Flash Graphics, Racecraft, and we thank all of them great people for their ongoing support. Simple Sim Computers as well. There's the results of qualifying. Brenton Hobson on top from Cal Watmore, Michael Schreier, Aaron Smith, Dennis Gaderick, Craig Russell, Trent Lavis, Warwick Sharp, Adam Lavis, Ben Snell, and then, of course, Nico Pop. Then we go back to Jackson Rayhana, Paul Rogers, Matthew Cartelone, new name there for you, Trucker Joe Baldwin, Matt J. Robinson, Jamie Welch, Julia Markey, Paul Jansen, and Kester Ward. We'll have a look at the rest of the grid for you very shortly here, folks. You're going to have to put up with me just blasting your eardrums for an hour here, because we don't have any drivers coming into the booth, but that's okay. We were hopeful of having a couple of drivers, but that's all right. Grid's going to run through at the top of your screen there. I just want to run through the championship points here, folks, because we haven't had a chance to do that as yet. And we've already run through the top 20 on that grid anyway. Michael Schreier is on top of this points table at the moment. He and Cal Watmore are tied at 119 points, if you can believe that. Have a look at that. 105 for Trent Lavis, 91 for Brenton Hobson, 88 for Adam Lavis, Jackson Rayhana on 66. Then we go back to Nico Pop on 59. Kester Ward on 54. Michael Cracknell on 47. And Bevan Moyes on 38 points. The ARCA split, I'll just run you through very quickly. Warwick Sharp on 122, Anthony Vismer on 72, Dylan Gray on 51, so too Josh Thomas and Connor Brown rounds out the top 5. There's the rest of the grid here for you. Have a look at that, folks. That's a massive grid tonight. There are only 39 that have put a start time together there. So there could be as many as 6 starting from pit lane. And this will be a heck of a lot of fun for you. Field gridding up. ARCA cars mixed in with the stock cars. Same rules as per usual. Nick sent the numbers through to me earlier. Let me just run through them for your benefit, ladies and gentlemen. Just one of those nights where we're all looking for different things at the same time. So the numbers here, The pit transit will be about 55 seconds, and that's in and out with the 13.6 second stop. 31.8 litres to a tank, so that's going to be as little as 7, as many as 11 laps to the tank. 3.5, 3.6 litres per lap. The only thing he hasn't told me is how long the race is in terms of laps, but we'll get that information to you very shortly. Getting set for a start here at Mount Panorama, the home of so many great moments in Australian motorsport. Well, let's see some more unfold here tonight. Brenton Hobson immediately chopped across in front of Callum Watmore to take the lead on the run to Hell Corner. 24 laps the journey tonight. There that is at the top of your screen. We can give you that information now. So it's around 150 kilometres that we're going to race here tonight. And Nick's unfortunately come to grief at turn 1. Uh-oh. I don't know if he's going to be very happy when we catch up with him in the supercar race a little bit later on. Here it is, the run to turn 1. And who's going to get into the side of Nick here? The 15. Yep, okay. So Nick's been served up by Matthew Carterline. He'll be a little bit less than impressed. Brenton Hobson leads us out of the cutting for the first time. Cal Walmore goes with him. Michael Schreier in behind. Look at that nice action shot at the top of the mountain. Aaron Smith, then Trent Lavis, Dennis Gaderick making up the top 6. Then you go back to Benny Snell, Adam Lavis, then Jackson Rayhana and Trucker Joe Baldwin making up the top 10. Carterline's at 11th. We go on board with Watmore now. 24 laps around the mountain tonight. So 24 by 6.213 gives you 149.1 kilometres. So we're not quite at the 150. We needed an extra lap, but that's okay. What we can also tell you is that the race statistics, or the race facts, I should say, we've got a mix of ARCA cars and stock cars tonight. We've got 6.213 kilometres, 23 turns of motor racing real estate. This is heaven for Australian motorsport fans. And the fuel tank capacity is, as we said earlier, 31.8 litres, 45%. The setup is identical to baseline, and we've got trouble at the elbow, I would assume here, or somewhere on the run down the mountain. Yep, here we go. Marty Hughes coming into some trouble down here at Forest's elbow, and around he goes. He'll kiss the wall, no doubt. Oh, actually, no, he did well to keep it off the inside wall, but onto the outside. So he's out of contention there. Ben Snell's had an off at Murray's Corner as well. We've got a couple of cars going sideways at the top of the mountain. I'm actually surprised they didn't throw a caution. There were a few cars off up there, but they've all been able to sort themselves out. Ben Snell has had an off at Murray's. We'll get to that in a moment as they make their way up Mountain Straight again. Now, the other race stats here for you. It's set to about 10 past 4 in the afternoon, so we're going back in time. It's obviously daylight saving. 10 past 4, the race server is telling me at the moment, on the 23rd of October. Partly cloudy, 26 degrees, the track 39. Southeasterly winds to 3 kilometres an hour. And have a look at this. Ben Snell uncharacteristically off at Murray's. Gathered it up, got it back on the black stuff, but lost a bunch of time in all of that. The race is 24 laps. The pace car speed will be 88 k's an hour. The pit lane speed 50 k's an hour. Incident count will be 20x, and then every 10x after that. Fast repair limits, there are 3 of those tonight. Good mix of ARCA cars and stock cars out there for you. We'll update you on both as the evening goes on. Brenton Hobson leads Cal Watmore down the mountain for the second time. Well, uh-oh. I never like hearing the sound effects with car meeting wall coming through my earpiece here, because that tells me that there's trouble somewhere on the mountain. There's Dennis Gaderick all over the back of Trent Lavis at the moment. The 2 teammates working together. Aaron Smith is ahead of them. Trouble everywhere I'm hearing in my ear, which is standard procedure for this circuit. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 stock cars, and the rest are ARCA cars. We had 36 cars line up on the grid as they head out of the chase again. Oh no, Julian Mucky's been crunched up at the top of the mountain. Have a look at that. There might be a fast repair coming his way, I think. Now, interesting to note that we had 36 line up, and we had 46 in the server. So, good sign, promising signs for stock cars. But then again, as we've said before, Bathurst brings everyone back to the table. Everyone wants to have a crack at this magic piece of motor racing real estate. On the rundown, or up Mountain Straight, I should say now, as we go on board with Matthew Carterline. Brenton Hobson has the fastest lap of the race here on lap 3 of 24. And Marty Hughes getting hung out to dry there. And I appreciate JP feeding that information through to me, because my timing screen's still showing us on lap 1, so I won't be going to that anytime soon. 22 laps to go here. It's just having a little bit of a slowdown moment, a little bit of a wobbling, but we'll get back to that shortly. There we go. It's refreshed itself. 2:09.5 was that fastest lap time for Brenton Hobson, and 2:09.53 for Carl Watmore. Not much in this race at the top of the field. 56 tenths of a second. So that's the margin at the moment between that pair. Great to have those of you tuning in via Facebook Live tonight. We're also streaming on Twitch and YouTube, SimShed Broadcasting and the Gentleman Sim Racing Club Incorporated broadcast page. Zach Cabin in the booth with you. We'll hear from some drivers a little bit later on, I'm sure. And we'll have a couple of drivers join us as guest comments, or for guest comments, for the supercar race a little bit later on for Stone Cold Racing. Huge night ahead. Have a look at Aaron Smith now, all over the back of Michael Schreier as they come into the chase. Does he hang it up the inside? No, not yet. 22 laps to go. The run down to Murray's. I couldn't tell you. I know iRacing has different camera angles, but I couldn't tell you the last time I saw that camera angle used in a television broadcast of the real world thing. That's quite extraordinary. But that camera is regular as they make their way out of turn 1. So you'll see a mix tonight, ladies and gentlemen, our broadcast. You're already probably noticing it, of cameras that reflect the normal positioning of the trackside broadcast of the real world things. So the 12-hour, the 6-hour, or even the 1000 if you like. And then you'll see a mix of iRacing specifically set up cameras. So appreciate all of that, because it does, I mean, we like for it to look as much as real as physically possible, but there are some elements of difference just to help you decipher the fact that you are watching sim racing that's very best on a Friday night as they make their way up to the top of the mountain again. This is lap 4. Jason Lee through turn 1. There are action-packed battles everywhere you look here at the moment, folks. 33 cars still in this race. I'm hearing that we've got a couple of cars a lap down and a couple that have disconnected from the server already. Craig Russell already a lap down. Pete Matson and Paul Williamson already out of the race. Here's Bevan Moyes in the thick of the fight here. I must admit, I'm a fan of having the ARCA cars in this field. It's adding a whole new dimension to what we do. Seriously throwing up the stock car contest. Chris Kisby's back in the commentary box. News from Race Control, Chris.
Mate, fairly clean start there. But we do have Marty Hughes, 24, and Paul Williams, 86, will the 5-point penalty, plus 2 points for any incidences during the race, as they started from the grid and did not qualify. Apart from that, it's been nice clean racing so far.
Well pointed out, mate. Thank you. Of course, anyone that doesn't qualify this season, I appreciate that, Chris. We'll check back in with you shortly. Anyone that doesn't qualify in the club races this season, they are to start from pit lane. If they don't start from pit lane, they pick up a 5-point penalty at the start. And as Chris said there, every penalty doubles throughout the course of the race. So that's why when I mentioned at the start we had 36 times, but we had 42 in the server, there could be some cars starting from pit lane. Clearly, a couple of them didn't get the memo. 20 laps to go. Michael Schreier under tremendous pressure from Aaron Smith. Of course, Schreier was last Friday night's winner. at Phillip Island in a sensational race, and what was a great performance. We wait to see if he can get back up there and fight Watmore and Hobson this week. Hobbo doing a great job, leading 0.4 of a second to Watmore. Just reminding you, of course, folks, no live updates from the footy tonight, but Formula 1 is getting underway very shortly at the Portimao circuit in Portugal, or the Algarve International Circuit as it is. So we'll have updates from that for you as the night unfolds here. But for the moment, let's focus on stock cars and the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club. Oh no, trouble on Mountain Straight, bang! Chris Stark was lucky to get out of that. There have been incidents aplenty tonight for you. There's not enough room in JP's highlight reel here. So this was Marty Hughes rejoining the circuit, and he got it loose on the grass, and that fired him back into the black stuff. Uh-oh, bang. Crunch from the 34 into the wall, and then bounced back onto the circuit. Jonathan Turner was off at the chase at the same time. When Marty Hughes come back onto the circuit, he collected the green car there as well. And he's still sitting there like a duck on the water with no clue what was going to come next. Thankfully, he hit the eject button and got the hell out of there. My goodness gracious me, what a start. Trent Lavis, Dennis Gaderick. Yes, I could imagine. I won't repeat what the message I just got in my ear, but it resembles a very similar phrase that I remember Ted Bullpit uttering in the Bullpit sequel, or the spin-off. Oh no, there goes another one. That time Matt Robinson, I think it might have been, having an off-track excursion at Murray's into the wall on the inside there on the run up the pit straight. Ted Bullpit uttered something very similar about being as busy as, and once we get past 7 o'clock Western time, so about 10 o'clock, I'll utter what that was. Exactly. All right. Stone Cold Racing's broadcast, or replays I should say, coming to you thick and fast at the moment. Now remember too, folks, we're not at lap 10 yet. We're not at our critical number. There's no pace car in the first 5 laps and in the last 10 laps. So there's that 10 lap window. So we're in that window now, I should say. As soon as we finish, actually no, it should be the last time by the line. The end of lap 5, we're on lap 6. So we should be in our window now. The competition caution can get thrown anytime now in the next 10 laps. It'll be thrown between the end of lap 5 and the end of lap 14. So it's only a 9 lap window. But anywhere it gets thrown could make or break the race for some people, because remembering, if you can fuel save all the way, it still appears as though this is a 2-stopper. It could end up being a 3-stopper because of what we saw, an example is what we saw last week at Phillip Island, tyre deg and that sort of stuff. Aaron Smith giving Michael Schreier a tremendous hurry up here at the moment. I come under the bridge once more on the run to Murray's. Here's Nick fighting his way back through the field. Geez, he'll be annoyed. I don't want to be the person that comes across Nick tonight. Down the inside of Kester Ward. No, thinks better of it. And fair enough too. On the exit of the chase, however, the up and under. That works for Nick. He's got the job done. He's through. Into position number 11 now on Kester Ward as they come down into Murray's one more time. We're hearing that Benny Snell's had an off-track excursion. Here comes the Stone Cold Racing replay for you. Fastest corner in Australia Motorsport. When you get the curb going in, it unsettles you for the run out. And there he goes onto the grass. But it wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad in the greater scheme of things. So very shortly, we'll get some more updates as this race unfolds. We'll have Chris Kisby drop back in from race control if he's got any news to give us at the moment. There's going to be a few incidents to review, but whether penalties are dealt with before or after the race, we'll see. And of course, don't forget the incident penalty count is there as well. So iRacing may yet have its say on these drivers and their performance tonight. Here's Lee in the pit lane. That's the 19th place car. That's Jason Lee in the pit lane at the moment. We're riding with Brenton Hobson. Carl Watmore following him at the moment. There's not much in this. About a second separating first and second, barely that. So I apologise. I got caught out by my own sentence structure there when I said first 10, last 10, but I remembered that it was first 5, last 10 in terms of the pace car regulations. That doesn't fall on the first 5, it doesn't fall on the last 10. So we're in the window, but we're not in the fuel stop window yet either. So that's what's interesting here. Although, saying that, Carl Watmore has dived for pit lane after lap 7. So it's clearly a 2-stop race. He can get home on 2 stops from here. Carl Watmore is in. Aaron Smith is in. The screen's going to light up orange in a moment as Brenton Hobson leads up Mountain Straight. "17 laps to go on the mountain." This is lap 8. This is the end of the first third of the race. Now that's an interesting point. There's a critical number in its own right. If you can get 8-lap stints, you're home and hosed. You're absolutely fine. Stop lap 8, stop lap 16. The problem is with lap 16, it's likely to be under green. So based on the fact that there's no caution falling in that last 10 laps. 15, 16, 17 onwards. Let's have a look at this. Into the cutting. How's this? I was going to say there's some bravery coming up here in a moment for you folks on your screen. In the meantime, Aaron Smith in the lane. Now, what's happened here to Aaron Smith? He's okay. All right, I'm hearing, we haven't got it for you yet, but if we do, we'll get it up for you. I'm hearing that we've had a move on the outside at the cutting. How's that for bold and brave and ballsy this early into the race? Now, Trent Lavis giving it everything through the dipper at the moment. Almost kissed the wall. Dennis Gaderick is following him very closely at this point in time. On to Conrod. Brenton Hobson, Cal Watmore, Michael Schreier. That was the running order before the order started to get mixed up with pit stops and everything here. I apologise. Again, my live timing just wanting to be a little bit temperamental this evening, so just rely on what's on the top of your screen there, folks. As we have a look at Dennis Gaderick getting stuck behind the 510 there at the moment instead of being able to go with Trent Lavis. So that's rather unfortunate. Lavis and Gaderick, both of them in. Both in the lane right now. Hobson's in as well. The leaders are on their way. So they're clearly running to a number of 8 laps here. 8 laps, 16 laps, 2 stops, home. In a 24-lap race, that is doable. Now let's see where Carl Watmore comes out in relation to Brenton Hobson, because he's coming round onto the main straight through Murray's Corner now. Brenton Hobson is still in the lane. Pit stops continuing here on the mountain. And Watmore is going to find his way up at the inside, past some lap traffic. No, not yet. And Watmore is going to lead this race. Hobson, the undercut has worked for Cal Watmore. Hobson leaves the lane. He's about 3 seconds behind Callum Watmore. Watmore leads on the mountain. Wow, how about that? Lap 9 of 24. You can see the clock there as well. 18.5 minutes into this race. 2:09.50, the fastest lap of the race for Brenton Hobson thus far. A lot of cars in pit lane at the moment. How's that for an entrance into the chase from Julia Mucky? Still running around with a crunched up bonnet. Clearly not worried about it. Just the fast repair button will get the click. Here he comes now. So the fast repair button's about to receive a big click. He'll chew up one of them, otherwise he'd be there for a couple of minutes watching them pound it out with the hammer. But the fast repair, and she's all over. She's all fixed, back to 100%. back to looking smick and swish. There's Jackson Rayhana. Just have a look at the swagger on this great man. I love taking the urine out of that profile picture of his every week. That's fantastic. Yeah, there are some drivers who send in action shots, and Jackson just takes one of him having his morning tea. It's brilliant. Here's the run up towards the cutting. Now this is Jared Daly. Uh-oh. Yep, we saw that last weekend. That doesn't end well. That does not end well. Down Conrad again. Here's Rayhana still sitting in 5th. 15 laps to go. Mount Panorama Friday Night Motorsport. Gentlemen Sim Racing Club. Big weekend here in Australian sport, of course. We've got the AMRS Series at Queensland Raceway. Less said about that at the moment, the better. But I will say something about it at the end of the night. The other events that we got coming up: NRL Grand Final, AFL Grand Final, Cox Plate. There's more sport than you can poke a stick at this weekend. It is just phenomenal. So we look forward to having your company for all of that. 2:09.28, fastest lap of the race for Aaron Smith. Brilliant time. And Cal Watmore continues to lead this race as he loses a little bit of ground at Brenton Hobson because of lap traffic. Hobbo is now a lot closer than what he was at the end of his pit stop there. Watmore's lost ground in traffic, and that was always going to be a factor tonight. Not just because it's Bathurst, but because of the extra cars. The ARCA cars on the grid, more incidents, more this, that, the other before the caution gets thrown. And by the way, we are getting perilously close to the caution needing to be thrown because we're 15 laps to go, where it's going to be sometime in the next 5 laps. It cannot get chucked after lap 14. They're the rules as per the regulations of the series, that it will be chucked before 10 laps to go. So on to Conrad one more time. It's Hobson that we're riding with at the moment in the slipstream of Cal Watmore here. Doing a bang-up job. We'll run you through the race order here. Here's Trent Lavis. Lavis has lost a lot of ground in the pit stops for whatever reason. We'll find out in just a moment, I'm sure. By the looks of it, the pit stop time isn't too bad compared to those around him, but he's lost time since the pit stop. Be that because of an incident or anything else. We'll find out from him when we speak to him post-race. But he has lost a tremendous amount of time. Aaron Smith's jumped up to 3rd, Dennis Gaderick to 4th, Jackson Rayhana to 5th, Trent Lavis to 6th, but Michael Schreier also down to 7th in all of that. Then Matthew Cardaway, Ben Snell and Trucker Joe Baldwin making up the top 10 as Dennis Gaderick comes back onto the main straight one more time. So 14 laps to go here. The one thing we didn't do there earlier is take an onboard lap with one of these drivers in the TCRs at Daytona. We should have done that, but anyway, we'll remember to do that during Supercar qualifying, and Nick can talk us through. In the meantime, I'm not in the position, because I don't have the skill set, to talk you through a lap of Mount Panorama, but what we should do, just for a couple of minutes here, JP, if we can, and if the caution comes out in the meantime, I'll jump back in. But let's pick a car, maybe Cal Watmore or Brenton Hobson, probably Brenton because he's following Cal at the moment. Let's watch these two masters at work. Let's ride on board with Brenton Hobson if we can, and crank the sound up so that you can enjoy a lap of the best real estate in the land. just when we're starting to enjoy the cranked up sounds of stock cars on Conrod, the caution's out, ladies and gentlemen. The lucky number was 10 tonight. Or 11 in this case, I should say. We're on lap 11. We've completed 10. And the caution has been thrown. It is our only competition caution of the night. What it means is, this is going to be extremely interesting, actually. And I say this for a couple of reasons, and apologies if you can hear some food going down in the background. I'm actually eating pizza as I talk to you. I shouldn't, but anyway, someone's got to have dinner here. Fact of the matter is that we're out of that fuel window. All the numbers that Nick sent through, I mean, based on that 31.8 litre tank, if you're burning at 3.5, 3.6 litres a lap, if you can burn 2.89 and save a heck of a lot of fuel in the process, you can get 11 laps. We've got 13 to go. So most of the guys are going to probably be looking to pit either this time by or next time by. And next time by is still going to be a little bit of save required. So do you run the risk of saving fuel for the rest of the race, or do you wait until, 7 or 8 laps to go and then come into the lane? Interesting equation, interesting race about to play out here at Mount Panorama. There's the track conditions. We mentioned it earlier. Beautiful afternoon in Bathurst, as it usually is at this time of the year. Friday, October 23, 4:33 sim time. So we've gone back about 4 hours and 20 minutes into the past. But then again, I'm speaking to you from Queensland. We're permanently in the past at this time of the year, so it doesn't matter. We're used to it. And 3 kilometres an hour, the winds. The track temp is scorching out there at the moment. Here's a really good shot of the undulation and the elevation and the altitude of Mount Panorama as they make the rise up out of Reed and McPhillippi Park on the run down to Skyline across the top. One of the famous shots of World Motorsport right there. Lap 12 of 24. This race is at half race distance once we finish this lap. You're here with thanks to SimShed Broadcasting. It's our coverage of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club for Central Coast Subaru, LJ Hooker Gaindar, Racecraft, Flash Graphics, Simple Sim Computers, Oculair, and also Stone Cold Racing. Yeah, that's 7. I got the lot. Fantastic. And it's great to have you all on board for our broadcast tonight. This is leg 2 of the triple header. If you're just joining us, you missed an absolute cracker from Daytona and the TCR cars on the road course there. Ben Snell over Brenton Hobson by 1/100th of a second at the line. It was real NASCAR style stuff. Formula V, Formula Ford stuff. It was scintillating to watch. 2 of the best in the business do their thing. The good thing about this caution here is that it bunches the entire field up because it was starting to get fairly spread out. Given the incidents that we'd seen in the race so far, the ARCA cars and the stock cars were spread all around the circuit, but thankfully that has the safety car has brought all that back to, what's the phrase I'm looking for there? I've just gone stone blank. Of course, it's just eradicated the margins and deficits. And bunch this field back up nicely, which is a good thing for the closing laps of this race. Carl Watmore, the leader, Brenton Hobson, Aaron Smith, Dennis Gaderick. Now, it's interesting here. Do they come in and take 4 tyres? Do they follow the course car around? Do they opt, and you're getting a good shot there of Murray's Corner, by the looks of it. The 2 leaders have gone round, but Aaron Smith has come into the lane. Or is he? No, I'm not sure. There's Smith in. There was a yellow car that wasn't Smith coming through, so that's what threw me off. But that's okay. Ben Snell's in as well, we're hearing. So, again, thanks to JP for relaying the information through, because my timing screen's just frozen at the moment. as they make their way into the lane. Look at this pit lane, actually very busy at this point in time. Nick Pop is the master when it comes to saving fuel here. So I'm not surprised to see him at all. 12 laps to go. They'll save a fair bit under fuel here, and then they've got to save a fair chunk then for the rest of the race. Either that, or they're taking 4 tyres now, and they'll do a splash and dash at the end and see how it pans out. Risk v reward strategy. You're damned if you do, damned if you don't. There'll be a lot in column A, a lot in column B. There's a few different strategies at play and a couple of ways to play this game from this point forward. Just reminding you folks, the Algarve International Circuit in Portugal hosting a Formula 1 Grand Prix for the first time tonight. Cloudy day in Portugal, but practice about to get underway. As soon as I have some information from there, I'll update you as the night goes on. So Cal Watmore continues to lead this race behind the safety car. Now, I'm not sure if we're going to go green next time by or the time after that. It depends on the course car here. Lights are still ablaze on the course car, so it could be another lap around, and that'll come into it's probably definitely going to be another lap around because the lap cars are now coming through to unlap themselves, folks. So Cal's going to stay back, Brenton's going to stay back, and the lap cars are going to slowly but surely get their way around the course car and back around onto the lead lap and to the back of the trail, to the tail of the group. That will probably mean that we will go green with 10 laps to go. So everyone that's just pitted, that can burn 11 laps to a tank, that can save that much fuel over 11 laps, they're going to get a leg up here because they're already saving under the safety car. They might have just pulled off a masterstroke. But Watmore and Hobson, we know they're coming to pit lane again. Oh boy. Talk about pressure. Plenty of it tonight. Now, while I think of it, a little bit of a personal plug. Don't forget to come and join me tomorrow morning on West Bremer Radio. We're there from 9 till midday. All things sport. You can download the West Bremer Radio app from your favourite app store. And I'll be talking all things sport and motorsport for 3 hours. So the summer of cricket starting to get into full swing with the WBBL this weekend. We'll have a look at that. The IPL continues. So much going on. Obviously the AFL and the NRL Grand Finals as well. So I hope you'll join me tomorrow morning 9 till midday. That's Queensland time. So let me put this into proper terms and say 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for those of you that were a little bit confused. Now, this is interesting because the safety car has still got the lights on, but Brenton Hobson's now alongside Cal Watmore. So this is interesting because normally we have a single file rolling restart. It might be double file tonight. The lights are still on the safety car, however, so I believe the safety car is going to go around one more time. A little bit, yeah, okay. We'll wait and see. I thought they were still flashing down Conrod, but if they have come off, I don't know, they are still on, so we are going to go around one more time. Yep. And Brenton Hobson's in, so Hobson's taking... Oh, I tell you what. Oh, boy. Chris Kisby, let's go to you. Race control update.
Yes, mate. From the yellow, we've had waiver rounds for Jason Lee, Connor Brown, Jamie Welch, Craig Russell, Paul Jansen, and Josh Lyd Millard. We've waved around all cars that were one lap down. I think
Beautiful.
There's still a little bit to go, and we'll get back to it.
Beautiful. Thank you, mate. Nicely done. Good to have Chris Kisby dropping in with an update from Race Control, filling in for Paul Nichols tonight. Now, on the subject of all of that, let's go back to Brenton Hobson because he threw everyone a dummy there. And I wouldn't have put it past him because he has done it before. He's gone in on the second lap of the caution and put himself in a position to drive to the end and fuel save all the way. It hasn't always worked. Tonight it may not have worked in his favour. And the reason he might have sold us the dummy is you have a look here. Just get an idea by looking at the gauge in the bottom right corner of your screen, folks, just how much fuel saving is going to be done by this pair over the course of this lap. Now, I think the reason why Hobbo sold us the dummy, normally he's only contending with about 10 or 15 other cars. Tonight there's 30. So he didn't want to get caught up in that much traffic. And that's a very good call. But how can he and Cal work in the next short while to build a gap so that they can be in clear air fighting for the win on the other side of the fuel window? Oh, it's going to get interesting here. I'm expecting Hobbo here. Just watch this, folks. I'm expecting him to switch the car off as soon as he gets over the rise at Skyline here and starts flowing down through the S's, because the momentum will carry you to the bottom. He won't be able to do it from here, but he will probably do it. You'll watch the car get flicked into neutral when they get over the rise at the Coates Hire sign. That's if he's playing the fuel-saving game. But it would appear not. Well, I was going to say, actually, JP's in me here saying, let's see what Cal's doing. Let's see what Nick's doing, if we can. If we can have a look at Nick, because Nick's going to be a better example, because he's fueled up with the intention of probably running to the checkered flag. There it is, neutral. Have a look at that. So Nick is now in neutral, coasting down the hill, and he'll reignite this car. He'll refire it when he gets to Forest Elbow. Tricks to the trade right there for you, folks. iRacing 101 with Nico Pop. So he loses a little bit of speed on that flat run between 15 and 16, and then picks it up 16, 17 into Forest Elbow at 18, and now he's still coasting. He's still coasting. Now, I've got Jonesy and me in the background here saying it's the brakes you've got to watch as well, but I don't have that data in front of me. But that is quite extraordinary that Nick is still coasting in neutral here. The lights are out on the safety car. We're getting ready to go one more time. And now he's reignited. Now he jumps up to third. They've refired the cannon, so to speak, so that the field can bunch back up. But the fuel-saving tactics are on at the back of the field here. What do Watmore and Hobson do at the front? Let's find out how this plays out. 10 laps to go. Friday Night Motorsport, the triple header. This is leg 2. This is the main course. We've got the entree still, the dessert still to come. We've had the entree. It was a cracker. 10 laps to go on the mountain. 62.13 kilometres. Separating Cal Watmore, Brenton Hobson and a checkered flag. What can Gaderick do? Can Trent Lavis bounce back? What about Jackson Rayhana? Let's go back racing on the mountain. Nice restart from Cal Watmore. Converted beautifully. 3 wide further back in the pack, as they all try and sort themselves out and fight for their own piece of real estate. That was Owen Smith fighting up on the inside at Ben Snell, and also Matthew Cartwright. Trouble at the back. There's someone that's gone round, I'm sure. Yep. Hell Corner has turned into hell yet again. We'll get a replay of that for you shortly. Let's follow Watmore up to Griffin's Bend one more time. Here we go. On the run down to the Hell Corner, Josh Thomas. Sent by the 20 and the 9. Oh dear. Up to the top of the mountain. So this is like 15 or 24. And a reminder, of course, folks, as soon as we're done here, we turn our attention to Stockcar race. To Supercar racing at the home of Stock Cars. The Daytona International Speedway, round 5 of the championship. This is the midway point, of course. Only 5 Friday nights left together for the rest of the year, folks. Yes, I know I'm as sad as you are, but at the same time, looking forward to being able to watch sport on a Friday night rather than commentate it as they make their way through. 10 laps to go here. Benny Snell doing a nice job. Oh, no, trouble at the top. The 09 trucker Joe Baldwin. Oh, no. Don't get on the reverse pedal too quickly there, Joe. Oh, jeez. And that's such a precarious, hairy part of the circuit. You just don't know what's coming over the hill. It's a blind spot. Now Michael Schraer and Aaron Smith on the run down to Caltex. Can't do it yet. Oh, this is just super stuff. This is just really good stuff. Ben Snell takes a lot of the curb coming out of the chase. Watmore leads Hobson second. Schreier fighting back in 7th and Smith fighting back in 6th. They're trying to get their way back into this race. And they were 3rd and 4th for a long time there. Julia Mucky doing a nice job. Brilliant to have your company wherever you're tuning in on a Friday night. Nico Pop down the inside, sends it on the 37 of Paul Rogers and got the job done, but Rogers fights back on the inside up Mountain Straight. He'll have the inside line when they get to Griffin's Bend, but Nick's got the position at the moment, the track position, and Paul yields. He tucks back in, he gets the slipstream toe from Nick instead. It's now going off on Mount Panorama. Now Watmore 2:08.98, fastest lap of the car race right there. You shouldn't be surprised. This guy's been in a league of his own for much of this series. 2 wins to his name thus far. Looking for 3 tonight. We know he's still got a pit stop to come, but by gee, oh no! Trent Lavis, top of the mountain at the crest. Have a look at that. On the run up into Silman Reed and McPhillamy Park there. Trent Lavis, has he taken too much curb or has he just got it sideways? Let's have a look at this. He got the wall. He got the wall. I think he's clipped the inside wall, which has fired him into the outside wall and then thrown him back. So Trent Lavis is limping back to the lane. Rig 9 to go. Good thing he still had a pit stop up his sleeve, but look at the damage to that car. Here's Nico Pop sitting in 12th at the moment, doing a nice job as they head down Conrod one more time. Carl Watmore, Brenton Hobson, Dennis Gaderick, Jackson Rayhana and Aaron Smith, the top 5 here. Friday Night Motorsport from the mountain, the Holy Grail, the Mecca of Australian motorsport. There isn't a better 6.213 kilometres of real estate anywhere in the land. Cal Watmore, Brenton Hobson, Dennis Gaderick and Jackson Rayhana. Having a look further back in the field, there's 20th place. That's Josh Thomas. In behind him is Bevan Moyes and Adam Lavis. In front of him, Brown and Millard. And for whatever reason, my screen has just frozen, folks. So I'm going to have to try and make sense of it until Discord sorts itself out. Brenton Hobson leads from Dennis Gaderick and Jackson Rayhana. Cal Watmore is in the lane. That would mean, so Watmore in the lane, he'll return to the circuit in 16th position. All right. I apologise, folks. I've completely lost images at my end. Discord's just had a wobbly, and I hope JP can still hear me at this point in time. I'll do my best to soldier on until Discord sorts itself out. Brenton Hobson, Dennis Gaderick, Jackson Rayhana, Aaron Smith, and Ben Snell, the top 5 here. Don't forget, we've got the supercars still to come. Here we go. The screen sorted itself out. Chris Kisby, let's get an update for you from Race Control before I make sense of what's just happened while my screen's been frozen.
Yeah, yours and mine both, mate. A bit of sorting out there, but at the restart we had car 0888 contact under yellow with 51. We had not gone green as yet. We've given them a drive-through penalty, no stop and no service.
Wow. That changes everything, doesn't it? So that was 088. So that was Paul Jansen on Connor Brown. Yep, okay.
That's correct.
Now here's Brenton Hobson for his last pit stop. Thank you, Chris. We'll check back with you soon, mate. Check back in soon. Here is Brenton Hobson in the lane. It's always difficult talking and speaking at the same time, ladies and gentlemen. Jackson Rayhana sideways and sliding into the pit lane. He's in now as well. So too Dennis Gaderick. Aaron Smith continues as the race leader, but he's, from our numbers, still got a stop to come. Carl Watmore is coming under the bridge, Almeraw Bridge, on the run down to Murray's. Let's see where he comes out in relation to Brenton Hobson, Dennis Gaderick, and Jackson Ray Hunter. It doesn't matter where he comes out in relation to everybody else because they're playing a different game than Cal. Across the line, 7 to go on the mountain. Watmore has got Hobson covered. Oh no! Hobbo is very lucky not to get cleaned up there by a backmarker. It's all happening. It's all happening on a Friday night. 3 seconds is the advantage, Watmore to Hobson. But we know those guys are right on fuel now. This is your race leader. But he's got a pit stop still to come. Ben Snell, Matthew Cartalone, Rick Kuznetsov, Adam Lavis, and Nico Pop. They all stopped, with the exception of Cartalone. Cartalone only stopped on lap 8. Everyone stopped lap 12, 13. Nick has the chance to go all the way to the flag here, but I don't think anyone else will be able to. Unless they've done some mega fuel saving. Warwick Sharp, Paul Rogers, Brody Sentence. And no, that wasn't the sentence. That's his last name, okay? Craig Russell, Carl Watmore, and Brenton Hobson, the top 12 in this race. Watmore and Hobson, who have only just stopped now, lap 16, lap 17, we're on lap 18. They sit 11th and 12th. They've got 10 ahead of them. Rule Carterline out. He's going to have to stop. Everyone else, I think, is playing a fuel game. And that might be reflected in their lap times here, but how much do they have to save in terms of fuel, and how much time is that going to compromise them in terms of outright lap speed? Oh, no, Aaron's bit the bullet. Aaron's in. He said, I can't make it. Aaron is in the lane. Nico Pop will continue on, I reckon. He'll be trying to run to a number. One broken car on the right-hand side. That's the 19 for you. And Nick's back onto the main straight, continuing to lead it. 6 laps to go. So Aaron Smith will come across the line, complete his pit stop and rejoin the circuit, but it will be behind Cal Watmore. And look at how close Hobbo's got now. With Cal working his way through lap traffic. Look at how close Brenton Hobson is to our race leader, or our effective race leader, in Cal Watmore. This race is well and truly alive. Aaron Smith, it's important to note, is ahead of Cal Watmore. And would you believe it, his stop was 4.4 seconds. That was it. So Watmore and Hobson are playing catch up to try and get to Aaron Smith and slicing and dicing their way through lap traffic into the cutting. What a hairy, sketchy part of a circuit to be trying to do that. So Aaron Smith is now the effective race leader, but it's 3 car lengths to Watmore, then Hobson. Oh boy, there's pressure here. And Snell sitting there as the outright race leader, but we know he's got a stop to come. Have a look at the fuel saving going on behind. 2:14.9 for Adam Lavis, 2:14.1 for Nico Pop, 2:15.2 for Warwick Sharp, 2:16.3 for Paul Rogers. All those guys fuel saving to the extreme maximum at the moment to try and get 11 laps to the tank. Cal Watmore to the elbow with Hobbo right on his tail. Oh, this is why we love Mount Panorama. This is going to be an awesome fight all the way to the checkered flag, folks. Hope you're enjoying it as much as we are. The Gentleman Sim Racing Club, Friday Night Motorsport, with thanks to LJ Hooker Gaindar, Central Coast Subaru, Oculair, Flash Graphics, Simple Sim Computers, Racecraft, and also SimShed Broadcasting, the broadcaster on a Monday and a Friday night. Ben Snell in the lane, Adam Lavis in the lane. And Nico Pop is going to lead this thing for the first time tonight. Should after getting turned around at turn 1. Should also point out, big thanks to Stone Cold Racing, of course, not only our replay sponsor, but also our supercar sponsor for the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. That's Cal Watmore on the inside of Aaron Smith. That's for the effective race lead. Unless Nick and Warwick are up to something that we couldn't fathom, couldn't possibly imagine, and that is them fuel saving their way to victory. I just can't see how they can do it when Watmore and Hobson are lapping in the 11s. I mean, not that far away. With 5 laps to go, my numbers suggest that Watmore and Hobson catch Nico Pop and Warwick Sharp. But catching is one thing, passing is quite another. Especially around here. Up through the cutting. Well, I'll tell you what, if he can salvage a top 10 out of this after the way it started, our mate might not be too disgruntled when he joins us in the booth a little bit later on. And looking forward to having him here, I have to say. Up over the top of the mountain. This is just extraordinary. Warwick Sharp is within striking distance of Nick. But look at the freight train, the gaggle of cars following. This is extraordinary. Rogers, Watmore, Hobson. Oh, the fact that Watmore and Hobson are already there, these guys are screwed in terms of holding these guys at bay. They just can't do it. Not on those numbers. Watmore down the inside. Lick the stamp, send it on Paul Rogers. Got the job done. Hobbo followed him right through. Now Hobbo will look to get the toe on Watmore down Conrod. And Watmore will get the toe on Sharp, and Sharp pulls out to have a crack at Nico Pop as well. There are battles happening all over the place here. Down Conrod. 4 to go after this one. Anyone's guess who wins this? Nick's backed out of it. Nick has backed out of it. Everyone's gone through on Nick. So Warwick Sharp is going to lead this race for the first time tonight. Under the bridge. This is just phenomenal stuff, isn't it? Onto the main straight, under the super cheap auto bridge, back across the line, 4 to go. Now Watmore goes for it down the inside. Watmore and Hobson do the double. On Warwick Sharp to turn 1. Now the race leaders are clear and clean to fight their way to the checkered flag. Sharp and also Rogers are going to try and go with them. And what about Aaron Smith as well? Warwick Sharp sits 3rd. Clearly his best run of the year. Hope you're enjoying it at home. I hope you're enjoying our coverage. Gentlemen Sim Racing Club, Friday Night Motorsport, SimShed Broadcasting, right around Australia. On Facebook, Twitch and YouTube. Oh no, 3 wide in the cutting. You lunatics, that won't work. And Aaron Smith's the big beneficiary in all of that. Smith moves up to 3rd. Let's have a look at this madness. Warwick Sharp got muscled out of all of that. Paul Rogers was wide through into the corner. And Aaron Smith just went straight through the middle and said, thank you very much. Now look at Dennis Garrick putting the pressure on Jackson Rayhana here. Now, I'm not sure what these guys are up to in terms of their fuel numbers. Jackson pitted lap 17, so did Dennis, so maybe these two are on the charge home as well. Can they catch Aaron Smith? Nick is their next target. And they should get Nick, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to do it this time by. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be able to challenge for the pointy end of the field at the checkered flag, but the fact that they should get Nick and Nick won't stand in their way, that'll leave them clear to move their way up towards Warwick Sharp, then Paul Rogers. Then they can worry about Aaron Smith, who's been brilliant tonight. Then Michael Schreier and Ben Snell fighting over the same piece of real estate as well. That's 9th and 10th. Oh, Michael Schreier, he's gone from hero to zero, essentially, and I mean that with the greatest respect. He was winning this thing last week this time. This week he's buried in the on the precipice of falling out of the top 10. 3 laps to go. Hobbo's going with Watmore all the way here. And I'll tell you what, if he finishes second here, it'll be 2 seconds in 2 starts on a Friday night for Hobbo. He'll be going for the win at Daytona to at least salvage a little bit of pride. Normally he's going for the triple treat, not the triple silver. They make their way into turn 2. Up to turn 3, they're cutting. Less than 17 kilometres to go in this car race. Anyone's guess who can win it from here. We know it's a battle of 2. We just don't know whether Hobbo's going to be able to find a way by Cal, or if Cal's going to do enough to hold on and get the job done. There was a car in the wall in the background. I heard the crunch. Hope you're enjoying it at home. This is just awesome to watch. Hobbo and Snell, always good fun. Usually it's Postlethwaite and Watmore in the stock cars, but this time round it's Hobbo and Watmore giving us a great show and a great run for our money. And this is well worth the price of admission. If you're watching this for the first time, folks, and you're looking to share something with your friends and tell them to, you know, spend their Friday night grabbing their entertainment fix this way, and then, yeah, send the message, spread the word, get the word out there, tell them to come and join in the fun because they won't be disappointed. 2.5 to go. Down Conrod. Third last time. Cal Watmore doing enough to hold off Brenton Hobson at the moment, but the margin is 5 car lengths. Bury that. Into the chase. Watmore's just got to keep it on the black stuff. It's Hobbo with the hard task here. Look at Ben Snell on the inside of Michael Schreier. They're going to go side by side into the chase here. The fastest corner in Australian motorsport. And Ben Snell goes up on the outside. Schreier fights back on the inside. Snell might be able to hang tough there on the outside and get him through turn 22 and does. Nicely done from Benny Snell. Michael Schreier slips back into 10th. 7th, I should say. They were 10th last time I looked at them. I'm getting ahead of myself here. They've moved up. So let's just run through the order here. You can see it going across the top of your screen, but I've been so focused on first and second. Aaron Smith is third. Jackson Rayhana and Dennis Gaderick have made their way through to be 4th and 5th. Michael Schreier and Ben Snell 6th and 7th. Nick in all of that has fallen back to 8th, but he's clear of Carter and also Adam Lavis, with Rick Kuznetsov, Paul Rogers, Warwick Sharp, Brody Sentence and Craig Russell rounding out the top 15. Trent Lavis, after all his woes, back in 16th. And interesting to note, all those guys that tried to fuel save have been gobbled up by those that ran the two-stop strategy from 8 laps to 16 laps and so on and so forth. So that's going to be interesting in the post-race analysis and in the reflection of and the post-mortem of how all this played out. What we've seen is not pitting under safety car has worked here. That's been the strategy to take tonight. All because of where the safety cars land and all because of the fuel burn on this circuit. Look at it now. Brenton Hobson. All over the back of Cal Watmore, but he's not going to be able to do anything yet. You just cannot find a way by from the turns 11 to 17. 18's your best chance. That's where they are now. He did have a look. He didn't mind having a look either. But Watmore was up to the challenge. And Watmore got out of there cleanly, and that was key. Now, with a lap and a half to go, let's have a look at how this plays out down Conrod. Hobbo's in the slipstream. Watmore doing enough to hold on here. Down into the chase, second last time. Watmore holding on. Hobbo looking on the inside and going for it. Bronson Hobson in the lead, but sideways on the exit, and Watmore will get the lead back. And that might just be enough to get the job done. Oh, you had to have a crack if you're Brenton Hobson. That was just phenomenal. Phenomenal commitment. Michael Schreier, his teammate now, having a crack at Benny's now. Not the same result. He was still sideways coming out of the corner, but he's going to actually get up on the inside of Snell coming into Murray's. And Michael Schreier will go back to position number 6. The white flag is out. Last slap board in the air. We have one to go on the mountain. We need to keep our eyes on that fight at the front of the field. Watmore doing enough to hold on here. And what is the margin? Can Hobbo claw it back? I don't think so. I think he's too far back. Watmore has done enough here to answer the challenge. Geez, it hasn't been his season. He couldn't get the job done at the Island. He couldn't get the job done at Mid-Ohio, and that was the course he was looking forward to all this year. All throughout this season, I should say. But this is going to be... Brenton Hobson. Throwing everything at it and clipping the wall in the process. And that's going to allow Cal Watmore to possibly walk away with it here. Look at that. Fans on their toes across the top for the last time. Watmore's going to do enough here unless Hobbo has a tremendous run down through the one-line groove that's the run from the dipper and the run towards the elbow. Oh, what an off-the-scale stock car race this has been. But twice this year we've been here, and twice this year Glenn Postlethwaite has had Cal Watmore's measure. Tonight, in the biggest stock car fair we've had all year, Cal Watmore is going to get the job done. A tremendous gallant fight from Brenton Hobson. On the run down Conrad for the last time, but he's going to fall just short, although it was tremendous and terrific to see him have a crack. Now Watmore's just got to pull it up. The biggest stop in Australian motorsport off the back of the fastest straightened corner in the sport. Now he's 2 corners from home. Make it 1. Under the bridge for the last time. We ride with Cal Watmore. 3rd win of the Stockcar Series. Round 5 goes his way. Finally, Watmore wins on the mountain. Nice. Very well done from Cal Watmore. And that was a long time coming. 3rd win of the series. At the halfway mark, he is the clear leader because Michael Schreier's had a shocker tonight, finishing down in 6th. They were tied on points coming into this round, but Watmore will now have the official lead back in his grasp. And that was a tremendous race. Watmore from Hobson, Aaron Smith, a tremendous run to 3rd. Then Jackson Rayhana and Dennis Gaderick. Then you go back to Michael Schreier and Ben Snell. Then Carline in for 8th. 9th is going to go to our good mate Nick. Is it? No, Nick's fallen off, has he? Oh, don't tell me. Nick has fallen down to 16th. Nick has run out of fuel on the run home. Nick has run out of fuel on the last lap. I bet you any money you like. And that's what's happened to Nick because he was so tight on fuel. He's run out on the run home and he'll come home in, potentially 16th, could be a little bit further back. He hasn't crossed the line yet, according to the graphic here. Only the top 15 have. Let's get amongst the fun with Cal Watmore. Yeah, out of fuel. Have a look at that. Nick's limping it to the line. He might just do enough to limp it through Murray's and get to 16th. Yeah, well done, Nick. Nicely done, but not the result he would have hoped for. Oh, what a race. What a race. Credit where credit's due, as I said, to Brenton Hobson. He had to have a crack. The fact that he had a crack, he had the balls to do it, that was phenomenal. And that's to be applauded. We've seen a couple of races here this year where the leaders haven't had, the second place guy hasn't had a crack in the closing stages, going for the glory. Hobbo went out and had a crack, but he still got second in the end. No harm, no foul. Brilliant. Cal Watmore, in the absence of Glenn Postlethwaite, does what he's done for much of the season thus far and dominates and cleans up and takes the P1. He'll be in our broadcast green room to have a chat with us in just a moment. Well done to the ARCA guys as well. We'll update you on how they fared in just a moment. But, take a breath, ladies and gentlemen. That was great stuff over 24 laps here on the mountain. Cal Watmore, Brenton Hobson, Aaron Smith, then Jackson Rayhana, Dennis Gaderick, Michael Schreier, Ben Snell. After 24 laps here, Matthew Cardeline, Adam Lavis and Rick Kuznetsov made up the top 10. There's the finishing order for you. 11th was Paul Rogers, then Warwick Sharp, Trent Lavis, Brody Sentence, Craig Russell, Nico Pop, Dylan Gray, Josh Millard, Julian Mucky, and Kester Ward. Over the page we go. Connor Brown, Paul Jansen, Jason Lee, Jamie Welch, Bevan Moyes, Josh Thomas, then Trucker Joe Baldwin, Jared Daly, Ben Collard, Marty Hughes, then Matt Robinson, Chris Stark, Jonathan Turner, Brady Baldwin, Pete Matson, Paul Williamson, James M.D. Wood, Wayne Vizzer, Angus Cook, and Dave Trevathan made up the top 40 there. So we'll stand by. We'll have a chat to a couple of drivers very shortly for you. Over the page again. Geez, big field tonight. Although actually they're all the non-starters there, from Frank Hodak down, Stephen Kennedy, Dave Crosby, Sean Rees, Simon Francis, and Shane Witt as well. Brilliant racing as usual in the stock cars. We'll grab our winner Cal Watmore in for the quickest of chats here, because JP will load out of the server and load into the Supercar server. I'll do the same at my end, and we'll have a quick break here in between the two if we get time as well. Cal Watmore, finally, the mountain has been mastered by the 36, mate. Well done.
God, thank you. I'm absolutely in a freaking puddle of sweat. The hardest of work. Absolute cracker race with Brenton. It doesn't get much better than that. Feels great.
I must admit, mate, I applauded Brenton for having a crack at least, because there have been a couple of times this year and you've been second to Glenn in the closing stages and you've not got close enough to be able to lick the stamp and send it. At least he threw it down the inside, had a crack, all or no glory as far as he was concerned. It was all or nothing. Unfortunately, it didn't pay off, but at least in the process, it was a clean move. It was just the exit. He couldn't execute that cleanly enough to hold the position there. Brilliant race between you pair. Probably the best of the season in terms of the stock cars.
Out of this world, yeah. The move was optimistic, but yeah, it was valid. Like, it definitely made me panic in the moment, I guess you could say. Sort of felt like Chaz Mostert and Cam Waters, could have been one of those, but saw it coming, and then realised that I'm on the absolute threshold of stopping this thing, and he's going about 5 or more Ks faster, and it's like, I see what's happening here. He's off the road. Sort of predicted it. I dug down to first gear, and I think he did as well, and it just held me on the track, let me get it pulled up, and let me squirt out of the corner and just get away from him. But yeah, epic battle, and I knew he owed me a hit after last race here, where I served him up at Forest Elbow. And,
nothing wrong with a little bit of get square, is there?
Yeah, exactly. So he had a free hit. Well, he's still got a free hit on me, and he's still yet to use it up. So it's an absolute credit to how clean and how good he is. And how about his quali lap to steal pole? I thought it would have been Michael Schreier did great to go quicker than my lap in practice, and then Brenton comes in with no practice in the warm up, and just pips us for pole by 0.3. That's something Glenn would do.
Yes, exactly right. 110%. We've seen it so many times before. Cal, stick there, mate. I'm going to come back to you very shortly. Benny Snell, let's go to you first. 7th place, mate, and a cracker of a battle with Michael Schreier all the way to the end.
Yeah, it was. I am out of practice in a stock car. It's been about 2 months, I think, and oh boy, it punishes you real hard. I'm used to obviously running around that top 5. And I was struggling just in terms of pace and everything tonight. So great job to everybody. They had amazing pace.
What do you guys make of? I'll go to Cal first and come back to you, Benny. What do you make of having the ARCA cars incorporated? It certainly made for a lively spectacle from a television broadcast standpoint. How'd you find navigating the extra traffic on the circuit though?
It was cool. The cars are a much more equal pace than predicted, I think, and a mega credit to Paul Rogers got the win. I haven't seen him in a few years. He used to race V8s a long time ago, nearly 10 years ago with us.
Yep.
And I think Craig Russell was on pole for them. And the speed difference is not much at all. Very similar down the straight. And the ARCA cars, I think, are a bit lighter, so they brake a bit deeper than us. So it made some for some really interesting, fights to sort each other out, and it was all good from what I saw.
Benny, your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. Really, the only noticeable difference in speed was up and down the straights, and I actually had a bit of damage in the first stint, and an ARCA car came out in the pits behind me, and he was faster than me, and I was holding him up, and I felt really bad because he kept trying to get past in dumb spots. But if he tried to get past in a spot that wasn't so crazy, I just would have let him through. And then I ended up spinning coming out of Forest Elbow anyway. I locked the rears. So, again, just a rookie move and a car I haven't driven in a while. But, yeah, it was great fun. No one really got in anybody's way. The thing I was definitely worried about with maybe the less experienced guys in the ARCA cars was having issues up the top of the mountain with cars crashing and causing a roadblock. But everyone seemed to do really well tonight. It's just a credit to how much everyone here drives Bathurst and everyone can get around there.
Yeah, I'm starting to sense that there's a fascination with Bathurst. I'm not 100% sure why, but particularly when it comes to the stock cars, they all come out of the woodwork. They're the hardest car to drive, Cal, but when you can't get more than 10 cars on the grid for Phillip Island and you can get 30 across the 2 splits for Bathurst, it just goes to show it's almost like sex appeal that Bathurst has, isn't it?
Yep, that's right. It's amazing. It brings out the best in everyone, and when you're in sync with the car and your current level of tyre grip, it's a pretty surreal feeling. If it's like out of body or Ayrton Senna touching God or whatever goes on, something like that. That's how it feels when you're really in a good rhythm around here. It's pretty cool.
Some big movers in the field tonight, something I didn't get as much of a chance to touch on throughout the call. Jackson Rayhana up 6 spots, so too Rick Kuznetsov. Paul Rogers up 21. Warwick Sharp. So these guys were 10th, 11th and 12th. Kuznetsov, Rogers and Sharp. Rogers up 21 spots and Sharp up 19. down the order, Craig Rusty Russell up 15 spots, finished 15th. And Dylan Gray from 36 to 17th. Nicely done, mate. You're in the chat room as well. How'd you find that?
I didn't even know I came up 19 spots.
Well, that's what it's saying on my screen here, mate. So well done. Josh Miller
wow.
behind you, though, up 26. So,
Yeah.
I mean, there weren't 44 cars on the grid, but he apparently would have started 44th according to the iRacing ratings and rankings and all that sort of stuff. So we had 36 in the field, so we can only really call that 18, but iRacing tells us it's 26. So, I mean, iRacing, the timing screen here doesn't always lie. But as far as you're concerned, I mean, you were obviously down the back end of the field at the start, but you've worked your way through nicely and a solid drive.
Yeah, I was going to Julian, is he out of fuel or not? Because I was going to push him across the line. But I just went past him down Conrod. Just went, oh, well. Should I slow down for him?
Should I be the
Nah.
sportsman, or should I just say, yeah, no, get stuffed off
Yeah.
again? Well done. I'm sure he'll appreciate that generosity. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Now, I've just loaded into the Supercar server. We've got to 12 and a half minutes left in qualifying there, so we'll get to that in just a moment for you. Nico Pulp will be back with us. Nice to have you company wherever you're tuning in. Friday Night Motorsport for the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Great to have you back with us as we move into leg 3 of the triple header now. We're here with thanks to the great people at Central Coast Subaru, LJ Hooker Gaindar, Racecraft, Flash Graphics, Oculair, Simple Sim Computers. This is SimShed Broadcasting, and of course, this is the Stone Cold Racing Supercar Series now for you from the Daytona International Speedway. Zach Cabin in the commentary box. Nico Pop's back with me, which is very good for my vocal cords at the very least, but we're also here with our stock car boys post-race as well. Sorry, we dropped out there jumping between the servers, folks, so we're back to continue our post-race stock car wrap-up now. We were talking to Carl Watmore, Benny Snell. Benny was, I think we were with you when we dropped out. We were talking about the ARCA cars. The extra cars on the circuit had added a lot to the show, I must admit. The broadcast was fantastic because we had something to look at everywhere we went. But in terms of traffic, when you think about 35 cars around Mount Panorama, it's usually bedlam.
Yeah, no, they did such a great job tonight. Every time I was near an ARCA car, they did the right thing. There was no one, doing anything completely dumb. And it was really great to see the guys out there that, haven't quite got the experience yet in the dev cars and getting out there, giving it a crack and doing a really good job.
Nick is the man that put it all together. You must have been happy with how the ARCA cars performed tonight.
Oh, yeah, they've been reporting back to me saying they've been having fantastic races and the like. So, obviously the level of competition and the level of courtesy has been going up in those. So it was, I think it was all more than, I guess, wanted or warranted for them to come in and also be on the broadcast, which is, kind of the theme for this week as well.
Is that given what you're seeing tonight, or will you go back and look at the footage? Is that what we're going to see going forward, that the ARCA cars will join us every week from this point forward?
It's looking more likely than not.
Okay.
We just got to there's a lot of rookies that accidentally got into the wrong car. But, I mean, that'll bolster the ARCA car grid too. So, because the ARCA car is just that 100 horsepower just makes it that little bit easier to drive. So, I was in the back of the top 10, top 15, and there were some ARCA cars hanging in there with some regular Xfinity cars. So, all in all, I was quite happy with that performance. And from what I could see and all the people buzzing around me while I was trying to save fuel, it looked really good. Chris
Kisby, you were in race control. You've checked in with us a couple of times, but overall, the finish had everything that we could have hoped for, fireworks and a whole lot more. But all in all, with this being the biggest stock car race we've broadcast all season, there wasn't too much trouble, and we could have probably gone into the race anticipating trouble, given A, it's Bathurst, B, extra numbers, and so many other factors as well.
Yeah, that's right, Zach. I think you and I talked about it earlier, was that 40 cars, two different speed cars, Bathurst, carnage. But from a race control point of view, 1, 2, 3, 4, we actually had 4 incidences that we had to rule on. And that's outside any protests that may come through. Just an update, as we know, Marty Hughes, Paul Williams, both didn't qualify, so they got their pre-race 5 points because they started on the grid. Lap 5, we had 002 and 24 come together. 24 into the wall and unavoidable contact with 002, so we called it a racing incident. Then lap 14 on the restart, just went a little bit hard before it went green, before the control line. Caused a contact with another car, so we gave 51 a drive, 008, a drive-through. And poor old Josh Thomas there, we couldn't figure out why he was disqualified in the end there, but apparently he reached his 60 and was 1 lap shy over coming in for the black flag, so he got disqualified. So apart from that, that was the race for us. It was absolutely great racing. Sliding everywhere, great control shown by the rookie type drivers or the lower drivers, and good respect shown to the faster drivers, letting them through too.
Beautiful. I'm pushed for time here because we're running out of time in qualifying for the supercars, so let's quickly wrap this up. Benny Snell, well done on the production car race win here with Brenton Hobson, one of the best we've seen this season. Something about TCR cars, doesn't matter where you put them, they provide good racing, and you outsmarted him in the end. by getting the higher line on the run of the checkered flag, and 1/100th of a second was all you needed.
Yeah, that was a cracking race. Thankfully, Hobo worked really well, and we worked together and broke away from the field, and were able just to have a battle amongst ourselves across the line. And that last 5 laps or so, really starting to play around with positions coming across the line, because it's always going to be a drag race out of the final bus stop. And thankfully for me, it looked like Hobo was struggling a little bit in the bus stop, and it helped me get the win.
All right, very quickly to Cal Watmore, to Ben Snell, to Nico Pop. Next week, we don't know the venue for the stock cars. There's a member vote going out for this one. Personal preference, Ben Snell?
I won't be there, so I'm going to pick the hardest track I can.
That's it.
And,
Good boy.
And hope everybody loves it.
Cal Watmore?
A good question. Haven't really thought about it. I guess most sport I'd love to run again.
Yeah.
Most sport is a good track.
Yeah, won a couple. Did it a couple of seasons ago and never again since. So yeah, it'd be good to go back there.
That's true. Yeah, absolutely. Nick, I mean, okay, your admin here, you'll probably get the casting vote. But if you were to pick one that's not on the schedule, what would it be?
Well, most sport sounds like a good idea. Very fun, very flowing, very short. Off the top of my head, maybe I don't particularly like flat tracks, but I do like Silverstone National. When we did it first season 1, race 1. Was actually a really, really ridiculously good race, and Mr. One Ben Snell won that.
I think that's the only one I have won.
We tried Summit Point for the second round, which was ridiculously small and tight, but it was still produced some good racing. So I don't know. I'm leaning towards Mossport because it's nice and flowing and fast. It chew up tyres just like Phillip Island, though.
All right. Be interested to see. I'm going to say Coda just because Nick said he doesn't like flat tracks, and that's not a flat track. So that's about all I can offer into all of that. And I think I'd get a vote. Not that I'm going to cast it, but if I did, that's where it would be. Boys, well done. Thank you. Cal, 3 wins so far in 5 events. You're the man to beat in the stock cars this season. But it's too tight between you and Michael Schrader, despite the fact that he finished down the order tonight. I think it was 6th in the end. Too early to get complacent.
Oh wow, absolutely. Yeah, not really thinking about that. I guess it's excellent though. Good to be fighting for wins again. Really wish Glenn Postlethwaite would come back and go toe to toe with us again. But yeah, excellent racing with Hobbo and the other guys that are just awesomely fast. Great fun. Thank you.
Yeah, well done, boys. Thank you very much. Stock Cars back next week. Next Friday night as part of our triple header in the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club. It'll be the last one of October, and we're looking forward to it immensely. Track to be confirmed. We'll probably tell you Wednesday night what it'll be. Boys, well done.
Cheers, mate.
Getting set for a start here in the supercars, ladies and gentlemen, for Stone Cold Racing. Now, JP was just in our ear because it's a standing start tonight. Now, that is a recipe fraught with danger and disaster. But that is going to be very interesting to see. No surprise at all that Brenton Hobson, this man on your screen, is on top of the timesheets at the moment. And we'll have a look at the times here for you very, very quickly, because, as I say, we are running out of time. Brenton Hobson, 144.11. Michael Schreier, 144.27. 144.37 for John Merritt. David Kirby, 144.42. 144.58 for Michael Angus. Tim Harris, 145.31. So, Nick, it's that top 5 and the rest in terms of outright speed here.
Yeah, look, those guys are very good in supercars, and they're proving so right now. The from 6 on down, they're going to have to pick their skirts up and get going.
Exactly right. Hey, Formula 1 underway at the Algarve International Circuit in Portimao, Portugal. I can tell you that Lewis Hamilton from Charles Leclerc and Valtteri Bottas to the top 3 in practice 1 there right now. Denny Rick sitting down in 10th place. Championship standings for the supercars for you here, ladies and gentlemen, for Stone Cold Racing. Let's just have a quick look at them now as the cars line up on the grid here. We'll run through the grid in just a moment. Brenton Hobson on 125 points, 89 for Michael Schreier. Dave Trevathan on 80, so too Michael Angus. John Merritt on 70, and Jackson Rayhana 69. Troy Cox on 66, Tim Harris 59, 56 for Matthew O'Grady, and 53.5 for Paul Rogers. The field making its way to the grid now after the checkered flag is flown in this qualifying session. Reminder to stick with us post-race, folks. We will have a post-race show for you. We're pushing 5 to 10 Eastern Daylight Time. So by the time we get to post-race, it's going to be about 20 to 11. So you can see why these things stretch out beyond 11 o'clock on a Friday night these days. There's the grid. Brenton Hobson and Michael Schrader, John Merritt and David Kirby, Michael Angus and Tim Harris, then Dave Trevathan and Paul Rogers. Then we go back to Rick Sibler and Simon Ferris, James Boardman and Dan Siciliano. You might notice the flags there, all these guys are either the Australian or the Kiwi flag being shown here. We had an American in the previous race, and I'm going to get Nick's comment on that in just a moment. Jackson Ray Hunter from 13th with Pete Matson alongside Aidan Rice and Simon Francis from the... I always get Francis and Ferris mixed up for no reason at all. They're on the 8th row. Nathaniel Webber and Jason Dunn, the 9th row. Kester Ward and Josh Thomas, the 10th row. Then Julian Muckey, Craig Russell, and Josh Forer making up the field, and it is going to be a rolling start. So we were worried about it potentially being a standing start. It's going to be a rolling start, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Chris Kisby and Nico Pop joining me for the broadcast.
Yeah, usually it's a standing start, but they're doing a bit of a roll around tonight. So do as the Americans went on American soil.
Well, exactly. And also because
clutch.
it's an oval, I think it makes sense, Chris.
Yeah. Well, I actually learned to use the double clutch on the new Logitech G923, and it makes starting from a standing start really easy. But yeah, these cars, I practice this, like I usually race in the second split, and I practiced these during the week, and I couldn't make a full one round, so I thought, no, I'm not going to be in there tonight.
No, that's exactly right. 23 in this grid, and I think the second split, the development split, had about 22. Now, I believe next week we're covering either next week or the week after we're doing the development split from the Grand Prix of Belle Isle circuit, or the one after, which is escaping my memory at the moment. And we will have I think it is next week, and then the GT3 Pro-Am split the week after for round 7. So we're mixing it up a little bit. Rather than bringing you the top split every broadcast, we are going to bring you a couple of second splits, as we did on Wednesday night with the Porsches. And that was a heck of a lot of fun. Now, Nick, the obvious question, is this the Brenton Hobson show again, or can Michael Schrader upstage him?
Oh, jeez.
Toss a coin.
Michael's going to have to work very hard. Brenton Hobson's now in his bread and butter. I guess so is Michael too, but yeah, it's going to be hard to pick the two teammates apart.
Set for a start. The Daytona International Speedway, the home of the Daytona 500, plays host to the Aussie homegrown supercars for the third and final leg of the triple header to end the first half of Season 3 in 2020 for the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club. 5 weeks down at the end of this race. 5 weeks to go. Green flag held high in the air. When it flies, we'll go racing. Hobson and Trail on the front row of the grid. Let's go racing at Daytona. Beautiful start from Hobson, converted nicely off the line, got across to the inside to hold the line on the run to turn 1. Schrader looked to go high on the outside, fighting with him all the way to turn 1, but he ends up having to yield. Otherwise, he was going to be susceptible to John Merritt. He would have lost out second there, but he was able to get back in behind Hobbo and hold the spot. To the horseshoe they go. Hobson, Schrader, Merritt, Kirby, and Angus, the top 5. Everybody away pretty well cleanly, and now they're side by side, the teammates on the run through the infield for the first time, but again Hobson has the line, flat out through the kink. Look at David Kirby going with John Merritt in the early stages here as well. The Toyota coloured Holden sitting there in position number 4. The run to turn 6, and of course the run onto the back straight. Through turn 1 and 2 of the stock car. Oval firstly. And a brilliant start off the line from Brenton Hobson. Did exactly what he needed to do, Nick. And I think what we'll see here is very similar to what we saw in the TCR race earlier. That if you can stay in the draft, like Michael Schrader is here, overtaking opportunities are going to be endless at the not only the bus stop right here at the end of the back straight, but also back at turn 1 as well.
Yeah, so Brendan's going to have to rely on some really quick laps through the infield to break away and hopefully not get a tow from behind and get an attack from behind, so to speak.
Chester Ward's off the circuit, we're hearing. So it's probably a good thing that he's not in the commentary box with us tonight. Oh, dear. Now, Chris Kisby, you watch these races from two sides of the fence. You sit in race control, and then occasionally you're in as a driver as well. What are your observations thus far?
Well, yeah, this one was tough for me on this particular course here. Race control is very mental. You got to be on your ball all the time and listening for guys. And it's not just listening for them to sit and ask for a request. It's actually going back and I have a track map and focus on crashes. So we're forever looking at little touches and things like that. Driving, you're driving along, you're looking for people to come up behind you, you're looking for faster drivers, slower drivers, all that sort of stuff. So two different aspects and two completely different ways to look at it.
Also, an interesting point to note here, Nick, they're about 10 to 15 seconds up the road on the TCR lap time, so that's going to probably add an extra couple of laps to the race here, not least the fact that we've got 15 extra minutes at our disposal as well. So what we had 16 for the TCR race, so it'll probably be 17 or 18 by that 30-minute mark, so you're probably looking at somewhere in the vicinity of 26 to 27 laps here, but we've also got a fuel stop to factor in.
Yeah, exactly. And these top four have broken away from the rest of the pack. So who's the cork in the bottle here? Michael Angus is 4.4 seconds, and you can see here Shreya's got the good toe.
Yep.
In these cars, it's big, but it's obviously with the horsepower that they have, it's not. Fight coming into turn one here, and turn one's very tricky because you're braking and turning.
Braking and turning is never a good thing, but they have to master it here at Daytona. They have to get an even balance between the turn and the brake, and if they pinch too much brake, you see them come unstuck. We've seen that already tonight in the TCR race. Have a look at this. A four-way fight at the front of the field. Brenton Hobson, Michael Schreier fighting for dear life to keep John Merritt at bay. David Kirby in behind him at the moment. And about 1.2 seconds separating the top four, if that. A four-way fight, and if these four can stick together, we're going to be in for one hell of a race tonight here on the Roval. 1:44.91, the fastest lap of the race for Brenton Hobson. So, yeah, they're 13, 14 seconds up the road from where TCRs were at the top of the night. So, this is going to be a really fast race. On to the oval. We take the ocular aerial shot there for you. With 40 minutes to go.
Thing for me to learn was to get my foot off that brake, brake in a straight line and then take it off for the corner, because I found myself always sitting there trail braking and I'd be locking the fronts and not able to control the car. But I'm sort of getting used to that now and watching these guys and seeing where they brake, and you can see, that's what's happening. So to any of the new guys out there, really watch these guys race, get into the cockpits with them, and learn how to do things.
One of the great things about the club and its mantra as well, Nick, as we have a look at this at turn one, that's David Kirby trying to go up on the outside of John Merritt. That's not usually going to work for you, not when you're starting that far back to begin with. But he seems to be the weak link in this party. He's able to stick with them with the help of Slipstream, but it's Merritt that's giving Schreier and Hobson the hurry up. What I wanted to ask you, Nick, based on what Chris was saying there, the mantra of the club, so often we hear drivers offering and lending their support to the younger members of the club to try and get them a little bit more confident behind the wheel, a little bit more experience and going in the right direction. And that's one of the great assets to the club, the camaraderie, more than anything else.
Yeah, I'll look... as with anything, we all have our little factions and teams, but overall, the clubs are really good. We're all getting in there, rolling our sleeves up, helping out, doing race control, putting up servers, running new different series and all the like. So it's a really good place to be.
Certainly is. Now, across the... just having a look here, onto the front of the back straight. It's the back straight. Here we go. This is Simon Ferris, and Simon's following Tim Harris into the bus stop, into the left, right, right, left sequence of corners there. And a good run off that corner for Ferris as he ranges up on the outside. So often you'll see this tonight too, folks. You will see this tenfold tonight, and have a look at that as well. That's Rick Sibra going up on the outside of both of them and trying to get the drag. The side slipstream effect. Have a look at that. The side draft for Sibra, and he got the pair of them on the run across the start-finish line. Sibra goes to 6th. He was 8th leaving the bus stop. That is a phenomenal run through there. Their next target is Paul Rogers. Now, I'm not quite sure what happened to Michael Angus, but he slipped back to 11th in all of that. Earlier in the race, he was 5th. But Brenton Hobson continues to lead at the front of the field. Michael Schrader, John Merritt, and David Kirby right there with him. Michael Angus had an off-track excursion we're seeing. Here we go from the ocular aerial shot. Yeah, that'll do it every day of the week. Straight off into the grass. And when you have to wipe all your speed off, take a shortcut, take a time penalty, and let everyone by before you get back up to speed, it's going to cost you a lot of time.
And the skill to control that on the grass too, it just amazes me, some of these guys. Once you get on that grass and you've got to try and keep it out so that you don't slide back up onto the track and ruin the race for someone else.
And we see that all the time, Nick, as well. The different tracks. Some you can flirt with the grass and you don't get thrown around, but there are some circuits where there's no margin for error because as soon as you hit the grass, you're a passenger.
Well, comes back to the thing, don't make mistakes. Grass.
Come on.
Hey, what are you talking about? I'm perfect. Grass is not as grippy as tarmac. So, no, it was actually, yeah, he did make a mistake, but he did really well to control it to not venture straight back onto the racing line and then take out a million cars like 10-pin bowling. So, top job to him.
Welcome to those of you joining us via Facebook Live. Good day to be covered late on a Friday night. We've just gone past 10 o'clock on the East Coast. Well, as the Batuta Advocate put it earlier today, the civilised parts of the East Coast. 35 minutes and 50 seconds to go.
I've been trying so hard not to say anything about it.
And I appreciate that too. It's not the day or not the week to do it. It's a good day. I'll put it that way. It's one of the few. Jackson Rayhana, let's have a look at this. I'm actually a little bit surprised because the last couple of weeks Nick's been in Jackson's ear during these races. Not tonight. There he goes, straight onto the grass. He might have been able to use a little bit of coaching at that point, Nick.
You get to slow down for that too. Because
a prime example there is that, if I'd have done that, the car would have spun round, done 6 loops, 5 loops in the air, and gone to the moon. Jackson's held it there and not even lost a position.
Yeah, but he would have had to slow down for that. There was too much car off the road.
Too much car. Yeah, absolutely. 35 minutes to go here, 10 minutes on the clock. We're halfway through lap 6 at the Daytona International Speedway. Nick?
And just to point out, I go where I'm needed. So, Zach, you've been doing the commentary by yourself, so I decided to jump in.
Ditto.
And, well, if you guys are here. But Jackson's now sitting comfortable in 8th position anyway, so he's in a bit of a fight there.
He is. Of course, looking to back up last week's 3rd place finish, I think it was. So we'll see if he can do that. I was a little bit perplexed by the absence of Mikey Hammond tonight because I wasn't aware there was any motorsport on in Tasmania this weekend. So do we know why Mikey's missing?
Not entirely sure. Might be taking some time off. Might be working on race cars because they built a WRC Hyundai Accent. They rebuilt one up. They actually got a shell from, I think it was M Sport or whoever did it. Not M Sport, what am I saying? But yes, they've been rebuilding that, and it's a bit of a weapon. I think it only just got dynoed.
I was going to say he might have been cooling his jets after the other night as well, so that could have been the other potential reason for the absence of Mikey Hammond. And Chris Kisby knows all about that because he was in race control the other night. 33 minutes and 35 seconds left in this race. Look at David Kirby putting the pressure on John Merritt, but they've started to lose ground. Merritt and Kirby have started to lose ground to Schreier and Hobson. That's all Schreier and Hobson needed was that couple of extra car lengths up their sleeve to not get caught in the slipstream on the back straight. They're too far back now. Merritt and Kirby will not be able to go with Hobson and Schreier. So a 4-horse race just instantly became a 2-horse race, and we keep an eye on this pair as they head across the back.
What's the slipstream on these, Nick? About 1 second or so?
Oh, yeah. You need to be within about a second and a half.
Yeah.
At the moment, 1.4 is the margin between Schreier and Merritt. But Kirby's right there with Merritt, so this is going to be interesting. Round onto the main straight. Just look at how the Kirby entry closes right in on Merritt. And then to the outside, because Merritt says, look, if you want it, you're going to fight for it and you're going to work for it, son. Merritt says, go to the high line. Kirby says, why not? Down to the braking zone. Kirby around the outside, locks it up. Merritt back down the inside. Kirby trying to fight with him, and Kirby ends up running too wide through the corner. Merritt holds on to third, but by gee, that's going to be a fight right throughout the course of the night. Now, Michael Schreier all over the back of Brenton Hobson. Remember last week, Nick Hobbo said, had I not jumped the start, not copped the penalty, I reckon Michael Schreier would have pushed me all the way. We're getting that 1 week later.
Well, 100%. They're at the front. They're teammates. They're good. I think they're just going to start gapping the two behind them, work together, and then maybe in the last couple of laps do no holds barred. So watch with bated breath as Brenton Hobson going wide here onto the oval.
Hobbo wide onto the oval. Up the inside goes Michael Schreier. Schreier's going to take the lead. But again, watch this, because Nick mentioned this earlier in the night. That's amazing I'm able to remember because my short-term memory's not great. Nick was saying this earlier in the night. As they come down the back straight there, and particularly then around onto the main straight, if you're on that high line, you're going to be better served. You're going to be better positioned for the start-finish line, for the finish of this race. So we'll wait and see. But it's strategic play from Hobson, I think, to sit in behind Schreier for the moment. Good fight, good racing. So Schreier puts forward on top for the moment. They lead with a quarter of the race gone. 15 minutes in the book. Kirby all over the back of Merritt as well. We're not quite at a third race distance. And it's Michael Schreier after 8 laps in front. The margin is 0.3 of a second. And I think just that little... Oh, here we go. Here's Jackson Rayhana around the outside. Hustling and muscling and bustling his way through. And unable to go with it just for the moment. Rides the curb through the kink. And now he'll get the job done. Rayhana on the inside of Simon Ferris and goes to 6th. Nice move. Clean stuff. Ferris will stick with him, but has to yield on the exit. Now, what I was about to say before we saw Rayhana, I think the fact that Hobbo and Schreier swapped spots has slightly helped Merritt and Kirby, Nick. They've managed to close the deficit a little bit, and it might be enough to put them back in the tow.
Yeah, look, I think still with 30 minutes to go, there's probably going to be a pit stop, and that may either spread the field out or bunch it together, as we saw on the stock cars just then. So there's still a lot to play out right now. Strategic wise, if I was talking to Jackson, I'll be saying set himself up now to get the gap closer before the pit stops, just in case there's you muck up, you miss your spot, have to do a bit of an Austin Powers and get back into your spot, but also minimize your fuel. It's one of those things, go fast but don't use any fuel. So just where is he sitting now on the road? He's in 6th there. So he's just into the banking now where these guys are crossing the line. So there's quite a bit of a gap there, but maybe you can work with the guys around him and start doing a bit of a draft train like these 4 have worked together. You see the Michael Schreier and Brenton Hobson have pulled away, and then Merritt and Kirby work together. Two cars travel faster than one in a straight line, and they've caught them back up again.
Oh, I tell you what, they were hard on the brakes going into the horseshoe, weren't they? You saw the smoke billowing off the tyres there as they made their way through. But you're right, the fact that Hobbo and Schreier swapped places, Merritt and Kirby have been able to stick with them, that'll serve them well in the long run. But in working together, per se, without jostling and jockeying for positions and squabbling over the same piece of real estate, they've managed to break clear to the tune of about 12 seconds over Rick Sibra, whose next target, or next opponent that he's got to try and fend off is Jackson Rayhana, who's got by Simon Ferris and Paul Rogers. Michael Angus is 9th, Tim Harris is 10th at the moment, and look at how tight it is now between Sibra and Rayhana. Here comes Jackson. A good exit out of the infield section of the circuit onto the oval. He got a little bit crossed up there. You see the wheel. It's hard at work at the moment. Onto the banking here at Daytona. Watching Rayhana all the way through. Look at the slipstream. He's slowly but surely latching onto the back of Sibra. He won't probably have enough opportunity to get the job done going with a bus stop, but a good run out of there will set it up beautifully for turn one. That's the beauty of Daytona. There is not a lot of genuine overtaking opportunities in the middle of the circuit, but it all comes down to that run down the back straight and that run back to turn one. And of course, if it weren't for the bus stop, you'd all be fighting for turn one. That's where you'd have the camera locked all night. Not the case. Here's Rayhana to the outside. That's going to serve him well across the line. He'll have his nose in front, I would suspect, by the narrowest of margins. No. Sibra, I tell you what, that was tight between the pair of them. Sibra's got his nose in front on the run to one. He will hold the spot. Can Rayhana do the up and under? They're both absolutely on the limit there. Their brakes are squealing, begging for mercy. And still Rick Sibra holding off Jackson Rayhana. That's been impressive from Rick Sibra tonight so far.
Yeah, look, he's gained 4 positions to be in the position that he's in right now. Jackson's gained 7. Jackson's the biggest gainer actually so far. But these 4, it's going to be hard to catch these 4.
Indeed. 26 minutes and 18 seconds to go here. Hope you're enjoying Friday Night Motorsport for Central Coast Subaru, LJ Hooker Gaindar, Flash Graphics, Racecraft, Ocular, Simple Sim Computers, Stone Cold Racing. This is the Stone Cold Racing Supercar Series. And it's live and exclusive to SimShed Broadcasting across Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. And, of course, also streaming via the German Sim Racing Club Incorporated broadcast page on YouTube, on Facebook, I should say, as well. And it's good to have the company of so many people in there tonight. Particular note to Laser Dave Farrelly and, of course, the Rayhana clan, who have been filling the comments section for us tonight and enjoying the racing. And a few others as well that have really, yes, and that have really been enjoying the feast of racing they've seen tonight. You haven't been disappointed, folks, as I say. If this is how you're getting your Friday night fix, your Friday night entertainment, tell your friends what they're missing out on so that they come in and enjoy it as well. Here's a replay. So Rayhana getting the job done on Rick Sibra, as we suspected.
Hobson and
He took
Schreier
the move up beautifully and got it done on the run into the bus stop. Hobson and Schreier in the lane. In the lane. We are almost at the critical number. 11 laps in the book. Sideways total commitment from Rayhana, but got the job done on Rick Sibra, who had no choice but to give him some room there
That
and
is
yield.
pure skill.
Isn't it? Isn't it? Wouldn't you like my hand-eye coordination, my coordination in general is just atrocious. So I watch on in awe of what some of these guys are able to do from their company, their office.
Eyes, let alone 2.
Oh no! David Kirby off the circuit.
Trying to make time, pushing too hard.
Completely mistimed his run onto the banking. That's going to compromise his run all the way around. And he's lost a stack of time to John Merritt.
Well, it just goes to show the point that I was making before with race control. You were asking about race control and driving. My colleague in race control at the moment had to adjudicate on an incident, and he couldn't make up his mind. So that's where I just popped off to
I thought that
have
might be the case.
review the incident with him, and we
it.
came up with a solution. And once again, these guys, we like to, and I especially like to let the guys know that if they don't agree with the decision that I make, yep, okay, take it on the track. But if you want to appeal it, by all means, I make mistakes
Absolutely.
too.
Yep.
And they need to be aware of that. That way, they have confidence that if I do make a mistake, I can learn from it.
Look at this.
Bit of
I'll come
that
back to you, Chris.
wiggle,
My
wiggle,
goodness.
wiggle.
Did you see the side draft there that was
Wow.
sending...
Oh,
Oh,
God.
no! Go Sibra! Rex Sibra's off the road!
See that happening.
Oh, you could see it coming a mile away. I was about to say, Nick, you just saw how tightly they were getting in each other's side draft. Rayhana and Sibra, it was making me dizzy here in the commentary box. And then Sibra's locked it up on the run into one, but he did so well for so long trying to hold off Rayhana, who is now the leader of the car race. Should point out also, we've had pit stops for the top four. So Hobson, Schreier, Kirby, and Matson as well. Hobson, Schreier, Kirby, and Merritt, I should say. But interesting to note that Kirby, when he had that mistake coming back onto the banking, he lost a lot of time to Merritt, but didn't lose the position. Still holds sway over Merritt at the moment, and we're at half race distance.
I think Jackson's trying to make up some out time here on the leaders that are pitted at the moment. He seems to be driving that car very, very hard.
Yeah, can't blame him. I must admit, it's been a very good performance from Rayhana thus far, but this is the first time he's really had a chance to fang it in clear air, as they say. Look at the total commitment through there. We'll have a chat to him at the end of the broadcast and see how he found that. Just updating you too, folks. Formula One's in Portugal this weekend. First Portuguese Grand Prix in 24 years. But at the Algarve circuit in Portimao, of course, that is more synonymous with World Superbike competition, but also going to host MotoGP this time next month. Rayhana's in the lane, right here, right now. Bottas from Hamilton, Verstappen, Leclerc, and Albon in Formula One practice so far. Daniel Ricciardo sitting 8th. Jackson Rayhana in the lane. We'll keep an eye on that. He's not the only one in there. There's a lot of them in there.
Simon Ferris, Michael Angus, James Broadman, Aidan Rice, Simon Francis.
And that's about it for the moment. Now, let's have a look at this, because Brenton Hobson's going to move his way back up towards the top of the order here. Michael Schreier's going to go with him. Brenton Hobson, fastest lap of the car race. 1:44.59. Brilliant lap and a great time to do it. Now, yeah, actually, that's a good question. Do these guys, given where we are, not sure what the numbers are, given where we are, we're now at 13, or 14, I should say. So we've got another 20 minutes still to come. The leaders pitted on lap 11. Are we saying that they've done a short stint first to do a long stint at home, or is there going to be a splash and dash at the end here, Nick?
I'd say scenario number one. Those guys, they've been doing it for a long time. They're a very good team. I don't think they would be rolling the die or the dice like I would. I dare say that, they're doing a long stint home. They just want to get the undercut, just get in front a little bit further, so that other pairing of who was it again? Where are we? Kirby and Merritt can't draft back up to them.
Yeah, correct. On the subject of your stock car race, we never really got time to touch on it. I won't mention the start, but you bounced back well, and unfortunately, it was always going to be a long slog trying to get 12 laps to that tank as we watch Paul Rogers coming to the pit lane now.
Paul Rogers in the pit lane. I actually got, just double checking my laps here, I think it was only 10 laps in the end, because I went and refueled. So I pitted on lap 13 with everybody, and then refueled on lap 14. So it was only 10 to the end, and I nearly did it. But anyway, I like to roll the die. I like to take chances. The only way you can get an advantage is to try something different. So threw caution to the wind and said, what the hell?
Exactly. We've got 19 minutes.
I was just going to say, especially when you're down the back of the field, you've got to try something different.
This is true.
Look for that in IndyCar this weekend. If someone gets caught at the back, such as your Will Powers, your Scott McLaughlin's, they might be put off strategy, so to speak. Mr. Teasy.
Massive weekend of motorsport, there's no doubt about that. NASCAR Texas, IndyCar St. Petersburg, Formula One Portimao in Portugal, MotoGP, Motorland Aragon. The only thing that isn't on is the World Superbike Championship because they've already wrapped up, but the total 24 hours of Spa on as well. Originally, I was going to run that as a 25-hour race, but then when they worked out that it was going to have to be held behind closed doors, they said, no, that's all right, we'll run 24. The reason they were going to run 25, daylight saving ends in Europe this weekend. So the race starts at 3:30 Saturday, ends at 2:30 Sunday, but still runs for 24 hours.
You just can't get away from it, can you, Zach?
Every chance I get. Every chance I get. And rightly so. Hey, 18 minutes to go here. No, that was just more in terms of explaining the situation at Spa, because originally, as I said, when the press release came out and said, we're going to do a 25-hour race, I was like, here we go, that sounds like fun. And then as I've gone to have a look at the schedule for this weekend, it said, oh, no, we're just going to run 24. I was like, what's the point? But no, that'll be good. You'll see it tomorrow night across probably YouTube, I'd say, and Facebook Live as well. There's been a couple of streams up already from the Spa circuit. 17.5 minutes to go in this race. Tim Harris in the pit lane. Brenton Hobson leads the race from David Kirby and Michael Schreier. Kirby, the big improver here. He's only got 1.6 seconds on Michael Schreier, but it's 2.7 from Hobson to Kirby. So Schreier needs to latch onto the Kirby and try and get a tow to get by, but Brenton Hobson's gone. He's kissed this thing goodbye. He's out of that bracket, if you like, where he could have been caught in the draft in the slipstream down the back straight. So he'll be quite happy. And he's looking good for another race win here. But see, this is the thing, Nick. He's been trying all season to get that triple treat on a Friday night. Tonight it's going to be, instead of being 2 firsts and a second or a third, it's going to be, as it has been in the last 2 weeks, it's going to be 2 seconds and potentially a first.
Well, Fat Lady hasn't sung yet, so still got 16 minutes, so once again, anything can happen.
I think it was intro to wings, wasn't it? Last lap, Mikey and Snell. Was it Mikey and that touched on the last lap?
There's been a couple of incidents with Mikey this week, but Wednesday night they had a touch in the GT4 TCR Hump Day race on Wednesday night in the last lap and a half, and that's when the result changed. And intro to wings has changed a couple of times this season. Jackson Ray Harner pipped Mikey a couple of weeks ago as well. So no, it's been good racing. In fact, I have to say, Nick, I was a little bit worried when we went from covering, I think it was 5 races a week to 7 or whatever the case may be. But to be fair, these guys have really stepped it up and raised the bar again. So we haven't had a dull broadcast race yet, have we?
No, that's exactly it. And then also we're seeing a lot of the same guys, like such as your Brenton. No offense to these guys, but Brenton Hobson's, your Mikey Hammonds are in a lot of the top splits of a lot of the series across the week. So hence the experiment to show maybe the second split or the third split down, just to get everybody exposure in our club, because we'd like to share it. All right.
Something we haven't done tonight, we just haven't had the time to. But now that this race is starting to settle down a little bit, let's grab it on board, maybe with Brenton Hobson or Michael Schreier even. Michael Schreier if we can, because he's following David Kirby. He's chasing him down, trying to claw back some time in the battle for first, second and third in this car race. Let's grab an onboard shot and take a lap of the Daytona International Speedway and get Nick to talk us through this magnificent piece of real estate.
Alright, I'm just trying to figure out which corner we're on. We're on the banking regardless.
Coming onto the back straight.
Back straight? Yeah, here we go. Back straight. So you're doing close to 280 here, Mr. Director, if you wouldn't mind throwing the gears and the speed up as well. Because obviously the NASCARs just tip into 200 to 300 kilometers an hour there, so I don't know what the supercars will be pretty close to it. Fourth gear, fast chicane there, 4 apexes, you've got to get them right. You can get cut penalties hitting that. We're going up to 50 now in top gear. I'm going to say they're going to hit close to 280 into turn 1. There's no chicane down here, fantastic. So you get the big long run up to turn 1. It's back onto the bank again, 288, 289. 290, he's backed off, back to gear, and now he's on the brakes. Try and straighten this out. get to the outside, then cut back in, second gear, and then hammer it through the chicane. It is flat out. I don't think there is a car where it's not flat out, unless it's a NASCAR with really, really, really old tyres. Braking back down from fourth gear, down a second. Multiple ways you can take this at the first hairpins. Michael likes to keep it tight there. Work your way back through the gears. This kink is flat out in these cars. You shouldn't have to lift. Oh no, a little bit of a lift. Then braking down on the right hand side, then you venture out to the left, then cut back in for your apex here on the right again. It's not a conventional entry to that corner. Work your way back up from second, all the way up to the next hairpin, then brake again. Early apex, and then let it drift wide because it's a long hairpin. Then back into a second apex while you're accelerating onto the banking. Work your way back through the gears. Hopefully we get this all the way up to turn 1. We get to see what top speed they do. So I'm pushing 280 or 290 down the front stretch. I know on the stock cars I was easily doing 295 lap on lap on lap down here. 280 now, so you can see that he's just getting into 280, back down to 3 gears. Into the back chicane, then just back on it again. That chicane really is just a little blip in the back stretch. It's not really much of a slowdown. And then back on it again, and leading the way of the Fords, but in third position.
Very sorry sight for the Fords, actually. Only one in the top 7, but there are 11 Fords and 9 Holdens in the top 20 at the moment. Chris, we try not to be biased here, mate. No need for the laugh.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Okay. Alright, yeah.
No, I was crying.
Okay. Crying. Well, that's all right then. It sounded like laughter. I'm sorry.
Haven't you noticed that whenever I've got a choice, I'm always driving a Ford?
Well, that's all right then. I'm all for that. 11 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Lock up. No. Paul Rogers trying to get back by Jackson Rayhana and does so. All because of a little lock up from Rayhana that brings him unstuck, cost him about half a second. Just pinch the brake, Nick.
Easy to do. You're braking and turning. Tyres can only do pretty much one thing at a time. So,
yeah, they're not multitaskers.
So yeah, it's, you got to choose braking or turning. So he'll put the pressure back on him now.
Indeed, he will. 11 minutes, 10 seconds to go. We're on lap 19.
Point in case is GT3s on the Monday night. I drive the Ford, and just a bit of spruiking here. I think I'm tied for sixth spot in the championship in the GT3s in the second.
Very nice. Very nice.
As one of the other drivers said, yeah, Grandad, the Mr. Consistency. So I haven't won a race, and I haven't been up there on the podium, but I'm consistent.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nah, and that leads back to, I mean, at GT3s at that, I can't remember where we were the other night, at Road America. A few of the guys were struggling, and they could see me at the 114s or 214s, whatever it was. Anyway, I talked them round the track, told them the gears, the line, and sure as eggs, 6 guys I think I did a session with last week, and every one of them beat me in times.
So in other words, you got to start trying to sell them dummies, Chris.
Yeah.
Start misleading them.
That's right.
You're teaching them how to beat you, mate.
They all
Have a
love
look
it,
at this,
so.
though. On the subject, Jackson Rayhana still side by side with Paul Rogers, but this time Rayhana's got the job done. Inside the last 10 minutes, lap 20 of this race, we're probably looking at somewhere in the vicinity of 26, maybe 27 laps here. Actually, no, it won't be. No, we won't get anywhere near 27. Maybe 25, 26 though. With 9:30 on the clock. Now, interesting to note in all of that, on Monday nights, and Chris will comment on this as well as Nick, the Fords have just been, they've had a little bit more of a presence than what they did last season, and they've had shades of success as well, Nick. So as the pioneer of the Ford last season, you must be pretty proud.
Yes and no. I wish I was in there, but duty calls. Got to share the love around.
That's it.
Plus, I absolutely hate traction control. But anyway, another story, another day.
Oh, do we have traction control? Do we?
In the GT3, yeah. GT3s, GT4s all have traction control. I hate it.
Well,
Sorry, another day.
The common problem that the guys were having, and they were saying that everything was sliding out on them, and well, I was probably one of the first ones to figure out that it was compression braking spinning them out.
Yeah,
They were changing gears too early.
traction control only works when the throttle's on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Doesn't stop sliding or the like. That's another thing too.
He has too.
So Michael Schrader's losing time here, but at the same time, he's 2.5 seconds or 2.75 seconds still clear of John Merritt. There's Merritt on your screen at the back there. So Schrader might just need to run to a number and consolidate third here because he's not going to catch Kirby. So Hobson's 8 seconds clear. Sorry, 2.5 seconds clear of Kirby. Kirby's 8 seconds clear of Schrader. I tell you what, keep your eyes on Kirby. He's coming home with a wet sail. He won 146.21 last time round. Hobbo 46.84. Kirby's taking time out of Hobson.
Schreier,
Has he got enough time left?
If you watch Schreier on the onboard, he's got a lot of oversteer now. So that's where I'd intervene and say start playing with your anti-roll bars and get some good traction. You can see he's running a higher line for that very same reason. Play with the anti-roll bars and just get a bit better drive traction out of the corners. But
Tyres or just the fuel coming off the car?
be tyres 100%.
Yeah.
Have
they
a look
did
at
it on
this.
lap 11 as well.
Look at the bottom of your screen there, boys. On lap 16, it was a 45.5 for Kirby, and Hobbo was 1 second slower. Hobbo's been slightly faster the next 3 laps, and then the last 2 laps, Kirby's taking chunks of time out of him. Hobbo locking it up big time going into turn 1.
Tyres, guaranteed it's tyres.
And Kirby's closing in. 2 seconds the margin now. 4 laps left. 6:45 on the clock. I can't see them squeezing in a fifth in all of that. But Pi-G to be tight. Across the line we go. Have a look at this again. This is Rayhana and Rogers. Rogers ranging around the outside. But he tucks back in. He yields. Rayhana holds on to 5th. So again, it's the top 4 that broke away at the start of the race, but in different order. Hobson, Kirby, Schreier and Merritt, and then Jackson Rayhana making up the top 5. Paul Rogers, Rick Sibra, Michael Angus, Dave Trevathan and Simon Ferris, the top 10. And that's that.
Jackson's
At this
lagging
point in
all
time.
over the course at the moment.
Oh boy, we knew this was going to be a tyre race, but it's delivering in spades here at the moment. I like the black and silver that Rogers is running with there. It's got a New Zealand All Black look to it, doesn't it?
Well,
Jackson Rayhana doing his best smoke signals out there.
Yes, he is.
Going to be Apache Indian.
On the subject of New Zealand All Blacks, because he's running the fern there on the side of the car. It's the Rayhana livery this season. Last year it was, a tribute to what we used to call Force India, then Racing Point, and now it's looking good in Kiwi colours. Practice 1's wrapped up in Portugal. I'll get the times to you at the end of the broadcast. MotoGP Practice 1 also wrapped up for the Toril Grand Prix, or whatever they're calling the second Aragon race this weekend. Motorland Aragon, the venue. And 5 minutes left here in this supercar race. Now, I want to have a look. Hobbo, where he crosses the line. I think he's already crossed the line. There he is. So,
Sorry.
I don't know. When we follow Brenton Hobson around next time, in fact, actually, I've got a quicker way of betting myself to the punchline here. The results feed here, 39.43. Oh, wow. So, Nick, my numbers suggest that at 1:45 a lap, that's 5:15 for 3 laps. He crossed the line with 5:17 on the clock. We are that close to it being 4 laps from home or 3 laps from home. It won't be a clearer picture until we get to the last lap. That's just extraordinary. Kirby second. Should point out too, I didn't mention this for those of you just joining us, 5.7 kilometre circuit, of course, 5.73. 65% fuel limit on these cars, which is the most of any category we've covered tonight. And you notice that it's getting darker above there in Daytona Beach, Florida at the moment, because the service split time was set to after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's currently sim time, 9.5 minutes past 5.
Thought it might have been the rain clouds coming in.
Which again is a little bit close, a little bit into the future American time, because by the time 5 o'clock American time rolls around, it's 8 o'clock tomorrow morning Eastern Daylight Time here. And then next week, their clocks wind back. Europe this weekend. Partly cloudy, 19 degrees, and track temp 22. Oh, no! Look at that! Hobson almost threw it away! Almost threw it away! Kirby has a magnificent sniff at it now! There's pressure on here. There's serious pressure on here. And this is the problem.
Front brake lock.
Tyres are going to get worn real bad now.
41.29.4 last time by the line. If they lap at 1 minute 45 even, it's over in 3 laps, but I think Hobbo will be hoping to slow the tempo down so that it's finished in 2. It is so tight out there right now. Incidents, I'm not sure. We haven't checked the penalty count across the 3 races tonight, but penalty count was 15x for this race and 5x after the 15 had amassed. And the fast repair limit was 1. We haven't needed the pace car or the pit lane speed limit was 88 kilometres an hour, but we haven't needed the safety car. So that's how it all plays out. Incident points tonight: Hobbo, clean race; Sibra, clean race; the Ferris entry, clean race. That's it in the top 20. So that gives you a clear indication of how clean it's been for some and how it hasn't been for others. But look at Kirby. He has an incredibly good chance of upsetting the apple cart here, getting the job done on Brenton Hobson. This could be an upset for the ages. He's in the slipstream. He's in the tow. Where will he be by the end of this next lap? Last one at Daytona, and Hobson moved across to the high line, trying to break the slipstream effect, trying to break the draft. Kirby sniffs his chances. He heads down to turn 1. Last lap at Daytona. That was a 47.4 last time round for Hobson. It was a 46.3 for Kirby. This race finishes this lap. They don't get another one. We said it was going to be touch and go. They will not get another one if they're punching out 47s. This race will finish this time by. Now look at Kirby. He took a second out of Hobson that last time round. And he's going to have a tremendous opportunity if he can get a good run on through. Oh, Hobson locks it up. There's his chance. Kirby closes it. Now this is incredibly critical right here. He's got to get it stopped. He's got to get it turned into 6. He's got to get it out of 6 and on the throttle and do it cleanly as Kirby. He's got to stay in the slipstream of Brenton Hobson. He got it out of there beautifully. Brenton Hobson, we didn't think it'd be this difficult for him tonight. We thought this might be a little bit of an easier task than it's turned out to be, but tyres are the turning point in this race. Last lap, half a lap to go. Back straight upon us. 30 seconds on the clock. Brenton Hobson's going to get it pulled up into the bus stop, does so. Gets it through there. Kirby now needs to get it out of there and get in the slipstream in the tow again, but I think he's starting to lose his traction here. He might not be close enough. This is going to be a neck-and-neck finish either way, but I think Hobson's got it won now. Out of the last corner, Brenton Hobson, a week off last week in terms of standing on the top step of the podium, back in the winner's circle this week. Brenton Hobson breaks the toe of a fast-finishing David Kirby and wins at the Daytona International Speedway, but by gee, that was tight.
Pushed him all the way
Michael
to the
Schreier's going to get the
finish line.
third. He certainly did, Chris. That was phenomenal stuff. Hobson back in the winner's
Where he was
circle.
going to get round him.
Well, this is the thing. It would have had to have been, and I'll go to Nick on this, as Merritt comes across the line in 4th, and then Jackson Rayhana will come home in 5th. Nick, it would have had to have been that same... no, Rayhana's going to lose 5th on the line, is he? Or is he going to get it back? Rayhana got it! Again, 100th of a second. 100th of a second between that pair, which is exactly what we saw in the production car race for the TCRs earlier, Nick, and that's exactly the point I was going to make. When Chris was saying, I just didn't know where Kirby was going to be able to get Hobson, it would have had to have been similar to what we just saw there on screen between Rayhana and Rogers.
Well, that's it. I don't think too many people have figured it out. I think Ben Snell's the only person who have figured it out tonight, is that high line actually works better.
Yep. Exactly right. Well done to Jackson Ray Hunter in getting into the top 5 again. We'll have Brenton Hobson in the chat room soon. So too David Kirby. So too Jackson Ray Hunter. Michael Angus will stop by for a chat. He ended up 7th in the end. Rick Sibra was 8th after that off-track excursion in that battle with Jackson Ray Hunter. Then Dave Trevathan and Simon Ferris. What a good race that was. I'll tell you what, between the stock cars at Bathurst and the 2 races here, that's been a good night out.
It's just amazing. I mean, yeah, and I think it's right across the board in the seconds as well as the first. The racing's just been superb, and the guys, they're a credit to the club, to themselves, and it's just a joy to watch them and race control them and commentate with them for them.
Indeed. There's the final results for you, ladies and gentlemen. Brenton Hobson, David Kirby, Michael Schreier, John Merritt, Jackson Ray Hunter, then Paul Rogers, Michael Angus, Rick Sibra, then Dave Trevathan and Simon Ferris made up the top 10. James Boardman, Aidan Rice, Tim Harris, Simon Francis, Castor Ward, Dan Siciliano, Peter Matson, and then Josh Thomas, Nathaniel Webber and Jason Dunn made up the top 20. Let's roll over the page and then we'll have a look at the donut work going on here for Brenton Hobson. The final 3 were Julian Muckey, Craig Russell, and Josh Fora. It would appear as though Russell and Fora did not start. Let's get out of there and have a look at Brenton Hobson celebrate in similar fashion to what you'd expect Kyle Busch, Carl Edwards, or Brad Keselowski or Joey Logano to do on the banking there.
I'll be going up there and blowing a motor up with no air going in there.
Yes. Oh, that was brilliant. That was simply brilliant. Kevin Harvick, the other one that we should name as well. I'll tell you what, the NASCAR Cup fight going right down to the wire. Texas, Martinsville, Phoenix still to come.
I know there's nothing like watching the real thing, but I tell you what, mate, this comes really close.
It does, doesn't it? And Jackson Ray Hunter there also celebrating Gizzy style there. Burnout against the wall. They're all having some fun now. That was good stuff. Let's get some reaction from the competitors here. We're going to bring them into the chat room here. Dennis Gaderick was in the Pro-Am or the Development Series split tonight. We'll get to him in just a moment. Firstly, though, David Kirby. Holy moly, what a night you've had at the office. 0.13 the margin. What a drive, mate. I mean, you put the pressure right on Brenton Hobson right at the very end. He certainly had to earn that victory. And it looked as though, had it been one more lap, given the way his tyres were going off at a rapid rate of knots, you might have just sprung the sting in the tail there.
Yeah, thanks, Zach. I'm sweating bullets over here. That was awesome.
You're not the first one to say that tonight.
That was an epic battle. Obviously, it all started like battling all 4 of us, Michael, Hobbo, and John. And I was just sitting back there just going, all right, I'll wait. It's a long game, 45 minutes. It's all good. No rush. And when Michael and Hobbo went in for the pits, I saw John tried to make a late call. Obviously didn't work out for him, so jumped him, and then come out right on the back of Michael Schreier, and once I got past him, I was gone. I'm like, all right, cool, maybe I can get Hobbo. Doubtful, but let's give it a crack. Mm-hmm. And I had a spotter actually tonight, and he was telling me Hobbo was saying on his stream that he was sweating bullets. he thought he was a sitting duck.
Our producer was in my ear partway through the stock car race with the amount of stuff that was going on around the mountain, saying he was busier than, and I've forgotten how to finish the sentence, but the other version of it was busier than the Pope in a condom factory. And that seemed to be the general consensus tonight from all concerned. And that was the Ted Bullpit line that I was going to utter in. Into the conversation. Yeah, actually, I think we could all use a Bex to lie down, JP. Don't worry about that. Hey, let's just reiterate here the finishing order. Brenton Hobson, David Kirby, Michael Schreier, John Merritt, and Jackson Ray Hunter. We're chatting to David Kirby at the moment. Jackson Ray Hunter's with us now as well. Curbs, that's your best finish of the season. And a nice way to launch into the second half of the championship starting next week.
Yeah, well, I've been on leave these last couple of weeks from work, so I've been doing a fair bit of practice. And I think I looked at my data the other day. I think I've done about 60 hours around here over the last 2 weeks since last Wednesday. So
yes.
I've had like 6 official races this week. I've had 5 poles. You know, I'm in the 44s. I'm mixing it with the big guys, and to put a whole race together like I did tonight, I'm stoked. Like, that's awesome. And credit to Hobbo, man. He was fighting. I could see him. He was struggling. But the class act, man, he just held on to it, and it was awesome to watch from my view.
It was awesome to watch from here as well, yeah.
I'm sure you guys would have been
So
excited.
how are you going to try and get around him, David, in that last lap?
I needed a little bit better run onto the oval before the bus stop. I think I was coming onto the oval. I think I was like 0.8 of a second behind him. And I reckon if I was probably maybe another 2 tenths up, if I just got a little bit more grip and a little bit more drive out of that turn 6, I think it is. I probably would have got him. I think I was quicker than him through the bus stop, marginally. But yeah, and he was trying to break the toe too, so that didn't help.
Gained over a second there at one stage, there, the second last lap there, and that's when we thought you'd really get into him. But I said to Zach there before, I didn't know how you were going to get around him, but that's great.
Well, I said Michael Freeman was my spotter tonight, and I said to him, when he said he's saying you're going to catch him, he's like Hobbo saying I'm going to catch him, and I'm like, well, one thing catching him, there's another thing getting around him.
Yeah.
So, but close.
Apologies, guys. I should have jumped in there because Nick's departed for the night. I didn't even get a chance to ask him driver of the night and all that sort of stuff.
I've got them for you, Zach.
But Chris has got that information for me, so that's good news. And we thank Nick for his ongoing contribution in the broadcast to the commentary and everything else as well. Let's continue the conversation here. David, stick with me. I'm going to come back to you. Brenton Hobson, unbelievable night you've had at the office, mate, from Daytona to Bathurst. Holy smoke. That was off the scale racing. Firstly with Benny Snell, 100th of a second is all it's cost you the win there. Then, because you two fast worked out that you needed to be on the high line coming out onto the main straight, and it just so happened that when the flag flew, it was his turn. Then you went up to Bathurst and stuck the boot right into Cal Watmore all the way to the end. It come undone on the second last lap, but you kept pushing on. And then here, a game of racing the tyres to the checkered flag. The tyres were absolutely screwed, but you somehow managed to hold off the hard-charging David Kirby. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. Remember at Montreal when I had a 117-second combined winning margin over 2 races?
Yes.
Oh my God. My arms are going to fall off. I swear I've never gripped a steering wheel so tight. It was a great night's racing, a lot of fun. I mean, you put a track like Daytona on the schedule and you're going to get good racing. It's just the nature of the draft. So that was always good, and I'm happy with my drive in the stock car. That was the best drive I've done in that car ever. So I'm happy with that. Disappointed not to win, but I'm happy that I was there or thereabouts. So I'm pleased with the night. I would have loved a couple more wins. We were very close to a triple, but also nowhere near one all at once, which was interesting.
Well, yeah, this is exactly right. Let's go back to the start of the night and work our way through, shall we? So you and Benny Snell, I said during the call, it doesn't matter whether it's you and Mikey Hammond and Ben Snell, or you and Ben Snell, all the three of you all at once. Whenever you lot share the same piece of real estate, we're in for fireworks, and that was a great show, a very clean show between you and Betty. If you had your time over, would you have gone the high line on the last lap?
No, I think he was happy with the way it played out coming at me at the end, but I made the conscious decision to actually try and get into that position on the last lap because he was superior through the bus stop. I don't know whether or not you spoke to him tonight or not, but he was superior through the bus stop. So when I was behind him, I wasn't going to be in a position to make that pass on him at the finish line coming to the checkers. My best chance was to be in front of him and try and hold him off. So I think we both got what we wanted, and we both almost lost. 3/1000ths of a second was the margin that I had. So, I mean, you can't get much closer than that, but I'm sure that the decibel meter would have been blown apart for the call to the line.
Oh,
my ears are still ringing.
Yeah. Just remember, Chris, right? Don't blame me if you need a hearing aid at any point in the next Not, I was not. It was your call to come to the com box, and there is a volume button there for a reason. But anyway, let's get back to Brenton. You can tell I've been commentating too much of this sim racing over the course of this year now, Brenton, that I'm picking up little things like what you just said there. I made mention, in fact, it was one of the first things I noticed during the call that Benny was getting through that bus stop just a little bit better than you, and that could have been and would have been had he been following you there on the last lap as he was. The difference in the end, as it turned out, it was 1/100th of a second though. By gee, it was nearly the photo finish that we were screaming for about halfway through the race. I said it could well be the first dead heat. And had it been a millimetre one way or the other, that's exactly what you would have been staring down. But it's interesting that you observed that as well. What was the secret, do you reckon, to Benny getting the bus stop just a little bit better than you?
Well, I don't know what the secret is. I'd love to know because it's my Achilles heel in every car. I suck at that corner and it ruins me every time we come here and everything. And I was no good in it in the supercar either. So I'd love to know what the secret is. But he did have the benefit of picking up an off track a bit earlier on. So he had the advantage of ripping through the exit curve and picking up an off track if he wanted to. And I fully expected he'd do that on the last lap to get a mega run, which I don't actually think he did. But he had the option to, where I was trying to stay clean without any incidents. So that was in the back of my mind too. But I mean, we're a couple of cagey old wily veterans. I know Ben's been doing it for a while and I've been doing it for a while. And coming down the back straight to the bus stop on the last lap, he was trying to lay back to get a run at me through the corner. Like we're both coasting down the back straight to the bus stop on the brakes. I was trying not to get too far in front of him so he couldn't get a run at me. It was kind of funny, but great race. I really enjoyed it. And like you said, you put a couple of us together like that on the track and you always end up with bumper to bumper racing and no one gets sent into the fence. It's always good to be able to hit the track with guys you know you can race like that against.
Indeed. And it's interesting, just before you join us in the chat room, and I want to get your thoughts and Dennis Gaderick's thoughts on this as well as we welcome him in for the first time tonight, because on a Monday night, Dennis is the man to beat. On Friday nights, you've established yourself as the man to beat. David's just touched on a very interesting point there that over the last couple of weeks he's had annual leave and he's burnt most of it by practicing for this race. He's put in about 60 hours on the Daytona circuit. And Dennis, as I welcome you, I know you're someone that firmly believes that practice makes perfect, and David's obviously going to be the proof of that tonight. And as we look back at the rounds of the season when we get to round 10 in about 5 weeks' time. But there are some who could hit the ground running about 10 laps of practice and away you go and they're on the pace. So there's a fine art to it and everyone has their own preference and it's not the same thing that works for everyone, and that's the beauty of iRacing.
Absolutely. I genuinely do believe, though, it's, for example, for the drivers that can jump in and do 10 laps, you know, they're obviously experienced with the cars, they know how it brakes, how it accelerates. So that is kind of the easy part, you know, sort of you can, just get the basics down pat, you know, you're braking, you're accelerating, and, you know, you're going to set a pretty decent lap time if you're quick, pretty, let's say averagely in the vehicle itself. So, but yeah, obviously practice gets you those thousandths of a second, and at the end of the day, sometimes that matters. Sorry. So yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, exactly. Brenton, as an experienced campaigner, do you have a particular plan of attack for each round of the supercars or the stock cars or even the production cars, or because of your ability and your versatility and your experience in these cars, are you able to, if needs be, jump in on short notice?
We're up to about round 5. I think that the proof is that I can jump in without any practice because I don't do a lot of it. I actually did laps in the stock car this week because Nico asked me to do a comparison time in the two cars. So I actually did 3 or 4 laps in the stock car this week. That's about 3 or 4 more laps than I usually do. So I don't tend to do a lot of practice. I don't want to take away though. Like David obviously put in the laps, and it goes to show that if you do that, you can be there. I've just got a lot of experience. That's all. Like Dennis said, I can do it because I've done this so much already before. So, I mean, if I put in 60 hours or whatever the practice was, I'd probably be quicker. But I mean, for me, I'm at the point where I might find some tenths here and there, but I can jump in and be sort of pretty close without putting in that time. So I'm lucky. I don't take that for granted, but I am lucky to be in that position.
Indeed. Hey, I'm going to come back to you guys in just a moment. Just want to update you all because obviously there's been a lot of motorsport unfolding while we've been covering the sim racing triple header tonight. Valtteri Bottas on top of practice one for the Portuguese Grand Prix, 1:18.41 from Lewis Hamilton, 1:18.74, and Max Verstappen 1:19.19. Charles Leclerc and Alexander Albon made up the top five. Daniel Ricciardo was ninth. And, of course, that is the first Portuguese Grand Prix in 24 years unfolding on Sunday night and another new venue in this World Championship. MotoGP is out at the Motorland Aragon in Spain for the second week in succession. It hasn't been a glorious season for Honda thus far. They're yet to win a race. With 4 rounds to go, it's amazing what happens when you take your best rider off the grid through injury. What happens to a manufacturer, but they've plummeted downhill. However, they might be on the rise back because Alex Marquez led a Honda 1-2 in practice one for the Aragon round, or the second Aragon round, I should say. 1:48.18 played. Takaki Nakagami 0.43 of a second away, and then another 3 and a bit tenths back to 1 near the championship leader. Stefan Bradl and Franco Morbidelli, the top 5. Jack Miller was 7th, and 4 drivers separated by just 15. 4 riders, I should say, separated by just 15 points in that World Championship at the moment. It's going to be fascinating getting to the tail end of the season, and they wrap up where Formula One are this weekend, the Algarve International Circuit. Let's get back to Brenton Hobson. Let's talk about the supercar race now, mate, because I feel as though that's been the one that's been forgotten about here. Pressure right to the very end, pressure right through the first stint, really, from not just Kirby and Merritt behind you guys, but also yourself getting pushed to the limit by your teammate Michael Schreier. I'll spit my words out eventually. Schreier stuck with you for the first stint. Unfortunately, he's fallen down the order and finished third there and well behind you and David at the end. Not entirely sure what happened to him, but for you, you got to the first pit stop. You broke the toe that Merritt and Kirby were getting off you in the first stint. You were able to just work with Michael to pull away. The first stop went through without any real hassles, but the lead wasn't a hell of a lot for you over David Kirby coming back onto the circuit, and then your tyres just simply faded very, very quickly, and that allowed Kirby back into the fight. From your perspective, what do you make of the 45 minutes?
So many things to touch on. I mean, I hit the track and hated my car instantly tonight. It was bad, and I knew I was in trouble. And Michael actually had a little bit different setup on his car. It seemed perhaps a little bit nicer with its tyres. As you said, mine, I'd like to say they were good for a lap, but I feel like even then they weren't great. I had really, it wouldn't stop. It just wouldn't stop. That was probably my biggest issue. I was all over the place and struggled badly. So the car was using up its tyres because I was sliding around everywhere and missing corners and stuff. So I was up against it. My teammate, that was his race to win in the end. He absolutely should have won it, but he didn't realise he actually underfueled the car at the start of the race like I did in the GT cars a ways back. And so he did a miracle to finish where he did. He actually had to save an enormous amount of fuel to even make the finish. So he did a fantastic job. Had he have had the right fuel in the car for the start and his position behind me for many laps until I screwed up, he would have easily saved enough fuel to undercut me by several seconds in the stop and just drive away, I think. But he was unlucky tonight, very unlucky actually in both races. So that was one that slipped away from him. I had all the bad luck last week, and he sort of copped it this week. So that's unfortunate. I mean, at the end of the day, it's on him or on us to make sure we've got enough fuel in the car, but that's just an honest mistake. And like I said, I only did it not long ago in the GT car. So he was very unfortunate because he probably had that one to win, I think. And then, we came out from the stops and I thought, Ripper, I've got this. He was chatting away going, I don't understand. I've got no fuel. And I was chatting to him about it. And I looked down and all of a sudden, like 2 seconds is about the draft. And I look down and David's 2 seconds behind me. And I have no idea where he came from. And it's like, right, it's time to focus. And then I instantly started spraying corners because I started pushing harder. So it got worse and worse. So full credit to David. I mean, that was a great drive. He was able to run me down and catch me, and I was teetering on that edge of that draft for several laps, and he kept putting pressure on until I screwed up enough that he got there. It was just probably a lap late in the end, but
I got the message saying, Hubbo, from your stream said if you can keep me outside of the 2 seconds, it'll be okay. I think I was 2.2 at the time. I'm like, all right, let's go. I was under 2 seconds the next lap.
Yeah, it was on there. It was just so close. It was lucky that I managed to keep that gap as long as I did, really. And, I mean, once you get in there and you draft up to the back of the guy, then it would have been a whole different thing. And all of a sudden, I was having Vietnam flashbacks to race one with 100th of a second defeat. And I was like, here we go again.
And the thing that I noticed as well, and it doesn't take a rocket scientist to notice this, but with every lockup that Brenton had in the closing stages, there was the tyres just said, "No, we've had enough." They were screaming and begging for mercy. David was able to chip away, and that's why we ended up with the 0.13 second margin in the end. And I mean, as I said, if it had been another lap, another lockup from Brenton, it might have just been all that David needed not to be. Brenton, the other question I have to ask with regards to strategy, because we know why Michael struggled there because of the underfuel, but for you, when you look at the tyre wear, when you look at the way they really slowed you down in the closing stages, if you could have gone a little bit longer in that first stint, would you? Because, I mean, when you look at the two stints, one was 11 laps, one was 14. You had a little bit of wriggle room there.
Not really. The V8's a car where you'll get a drop-off over maybe 2 or 3 laps at the start of the stint, and then the tyres plateau. Mine were getting worse because I kept on spraying corners and locking up and overheating them. But the tyres themselves don't necessarily wear really once they get past those first few laps. So that wasn't really an issue. The strategy call was that I knew I had to put more fuel in probably than those guys at the first stop because I was leading the train for so many laps. And the strategy for us was come in as early as we could get home and fill it and then get to the end and then hope that maybe with the 1 lap advantage we might have had with the better tyre to try and somehow pull a gap out of the draft and break the draft to those guys. Obviously, it all went horribly wrong for Michael when he pitted and realised he didn't have enough fuel, but it kind of worked. I don't know whether or not the other guys had a bad in-lap or pit stop or what, because I feel like they probably should have had a shorter stop than us. But, I mean, it worked to an extent, and it probably ultimately is what won the race, the call to come in when we did. So I think we made the right decision with the strategy. But it was, could have gone the other way very easily and I would have looked like quite an idiot. So, we'll take it.
Yeah, well,
pop in there, Jack.
Yes, Chris.
Yeah, Brenton, I'd like to ask you there, hello. As a newcomer, I sit there and I look at you guys driving and I learn and I do this and I figure this and I figure that. And the last couple of laps there, we were sitting there watching David come up to you and we were all commenting on it about in the back there in the commentary. I noticed you were locking up there and David 1 point something second gained on you in the second last lap. How do you set yourself up? You know that the run's going to come and he's coming into you there. And how do you set yourself up to either hold him off or in that last couple of laps there, what goes through your mind to help protect your lead?
I think that's where the experience actually probably comes in and helps me a lot. I'm not sure how long David's been racing for, but I mean, the big thing is when you make a mistake like that, because that was a mistake. I touched the brakes and the car just took off and I didn't go anywhere near making the corner, and that's where he pulled in that big chunk of time all in one turn. And at that point, the mindset goes from I need to stay within outside of 2 seconds from him to how do I defend to the win, like in a flash, because he's got in that draft then, and it's a whole different game. But probably the thing that I think helps the most is the experience to not then instantly make a mistake at the next corner, because you see that a lot when someone gets a mistake, they fluster and then it's the next corner that
I'm
the
guilty
bigger
of that,
issue.
mate.
It happens to everyone. It does. It's happened to me. It still does happen to me, but I think the experience probably helps to mitigate the additional error, which is the one that ultimately hurts you more. Just trying to get back into a rhythm instantly, not overdrive and make up the time lost at the next corner. Just accept the fact that you've made that mistake and try and hit your marks on the next one. That's probably the biggest thing.
Now, the other question I was going to ask too, with regards to something off the back of what Chris was saying, given Daytona is a circuit where there's limited overtaking opportunities on the infield section, but if the pack can stay with you, geez, it's tight when you get round to the bus stop and then obviously back around to turn one. You really got to make the most of those. But how key was the infield section of the circuit for you guys, particularly you, Brenton, in trying to, in the early stages of the race, break that potential for the boys to, grab a lift, if you like, down that back straight?
Yeah, well, that was the key. Was for us, our strategy really was just to try and have a pace advantage on the corners where it's difficult to drive the car. Like around the banking, it's just flat out. You stay within the draft range and you just drive back up to the guys in front. So our thing was to try and see if we could gap enough on that infield to try and break that toe. And if you get just sort of close enough one lap and then a little bit better the next lap, it might take you a few laps. But if you nail them perfectly, you can sort of just about drive away, maybe, if you get lucky. And we were just right at that point, me and Michael in that first stint, to just about break the draft, and I've slid off the track and let Michael through, and instantly the guys were straight back onto us again, and that was it. So we nearly did it, but the infield section was the opportunity for us to try and pull a gap, where your braking and your throttle application and all that stuff can actually have a bit more benefit if you get it right. But in saying that, I struggled desperately with the car. It just wasn't very nice to drive tonight, and I found it very difficult to have any pace advantage over those guys anywhere, to be honest. So, I was frustrated at the end of the race, cruising around, missing apexes by, I needed a calendar to measure the distance between me and the corner apex, and I look in the mirror and it's David's just sitting there parked perfectly on the apex. There's no smoke coming out of his car. I've come in back wheels first and he's just nailing the lines like the sort of thing I expect to do when I'm on the track, and he was just driving right up to me. So in the end he was doing it a lot better than me. So the infield section probably hurt me more than it helped me in the last part of the race.
Yeah, exactly right. Interesting race. Looking forward to getting your thoughts on next week in just a moment, but I need to go and have a chat to a few of the other drivers first, and I appreciate the guys for holding on here. Firstly to Kester Ward and Michael Angus, and then I'll come back to Jackson Rayhana because there's a bit to cover there. Kester, 15th, good evening to you. Happy, not happy? What was the fallout of your night?
Yeah, I don't practice in these things at all. It's been and they're an odd car to drive.
We were just talking about that, actually, funnily enough. Go on.
Unfortunately, there was a bit of an incident there at the start that spun me around and put me behind. But there's a couple of guys there that the racecraft and the ability of these guys in this class to be able to run door to door for a couple of laps without touching each other is actually really, really fun. Even though you're down the pack, to be able to battle with someone like that consistently is super fun.
Yeah. And quickly, too, as well, mate, we saw you on the grid for the earlier races. Your thoughts on the stock cars?
Stock cars were, well, let's just say a nightmare like usual when they go around Bathurst. It was good having the dual class. I did enjoy that. But I think the funny thing was jumping from the Audi there into the stock car. I don't think you could get two polar opposite cars.
True.
And I jumped straight into qualifying, so there was no practice laps to get used to the stock car again. But the Audi I actually had some pace on, and I unfortunately got into an incident that I had to redress, but I think I might have actually been on for a podium if I hadn't done that. So it was that was a fun race for me.
Exactly right. I was going to say, with regards to the CCR, yeah, you were in the thick of it on a couple of different occasions, but what do you make of the fact that you had to go from Daytona to Bathurst and then back to Daytona rather than just sticking at the one circuit like we have for the last 4 weeks?
Well, to be honest with you, I didn't actually notice until tonight when I went to log in and I went, oh, hang on a second, that's going to be interesting. But it's good in a way because it takes away the advantage of getting used to the track over the cars. So I thoroughly enjoyed it, actually.
What about you, Brenton? Did you who else is in here? Jackson Rayhana did both as well, the stock cars and the supercars. So we'll chime in and say good evening to Jackson at this point in time, and also Dennis, and we'll get Brenton in here as well. What do you guys make of the split track setup tonight?
Yeah, good evening, Zach. Big challenge, really. Like it's what I've kind of used the stock car the last couple of weeks because I think it's a lot tougher to drive than the supercar. And then so I've said it after the last couple of weeks. Ugh, good if I could string a sentence together. I
know the feeling.
Over the last couple of weeks, it's like I'd use the stock car to get into the supercar and feel like I'm driving, like on a cushion, something like that. So, I'll be driving the stock car for 50 minutes and I'll jump into the supercar and the thing will just feel incredible. But now obviously you don't have that because you're driving on two different tracks. So sure, the supercar feels great, but you're driving somewhere else, so it's not like you've got 100-meter boards or cones or markers to whatever to use in comparison to the different cars. So I definitely found it much more challenging than the last couple of weeks, but it's good. I like a challenge.
Indeed, and looking ahead to as far as the rest of the season is concerned, it is a split track setup for the rest of the Stockcar Supercar Friday night doubleheader, triple header if you're running the production cars first up as well. So we'll get back to that in a moment. Dennis Gaderick, to you, your thoughts on the split setup?
Well, to be fair with you, I mean, don't get me wrong, Bathurst is always a fun track, and I've done a bit of practice at Daytona, so I was pretty okay with it, to be fair with you. A little bit rough getting, like jumping into quali with about 15 to go, which kind of sounds dumb, but I'm not as good in the V8s as the other gentlemen, so we took a little bit of banker laps to get in, but it was a lot of fun. Obviously, that's why we race Friday nights, and keen to get into some more, that's for sure.
Just quickly, Matt, of course, you're coming to us from the Pro-Am split, or the development split as we call it in Supercar land. Do you happen to have results in front of you there?
I do indeed, I believe.
Can you run us through them, please? Just the top 10 will do.
Well, I was lucky enough to get the first place, and then it was
very nice.
Rydell,
Nicely done.
who was second place. We've got Joel Baldwin in third. We've got Tony, is it Dorothy, in fourth?
Dorothy, yep.
Yeah, I didn't get that right. And then I've got Jamie Welch fifth, Lee Williamson sixth, Daniel Birchnell seventh, Anthony Visma eighth, Christopher Anderson 9th, and then James Catchpole in 10th.
Beautiful. Good stuff. Well done to you on the win there. We'll come back to you in a moment. Quickly, I was going to go back to Brenton. Your thoughts on you're probably used to split track setups from other seasons and other iRacing leagues that you're involved in. What do you make of it tonight, going from Daytona to Bathurst and back to Daytona again?
Well, I probably don't know that I've really done a lot of series that you switch tracks on the same night, and especially with different cars. That's probably a first for me, but if tonight's anything to go by, Zach, I think we should do it every week forever, because I went into that Bathurst session and laid down the best lap I've ever done in the stock car. So if that's the case, if that's how it's going to be, I'm all for it every week. Let's do it.
And well done to you, by the way.
Give him a hindrance.
Well, this is exactly right. We're trying to find ways to bring Brenton back to the pack, not push him further in front. But no, well done on pole position. That was an awesome lap. We really enjoyed seeing that. And of course, when you get 3/10 over Cal, you know you're doing something right. Michael Angus, let's go to you, because I haven't brought you into the conversation yet, and I apologise. It's 11:15 when I do it for the first time. But tonight, 7th, not the best finish, not the worst finish we've seen, but you just weren't able to go with those guys at the pointy end of town. What was the issue for you tonight, do you reckon?
Yeah, g'day, Zach. No, it's all right. Happy to listen to the boys chat away, but I actually had a pretty similar issue to Brenton. I was really struggling to stop the car, and I think lap 3 or 4 I got in a bit deep and clipped a wall, and that sort of killed me for the first stint, and I think we dropped back to about 13th or 14th, and then made our way back through. But no, I was just really struggling to pull the thing up tonight, and but had a really good battle with Rick Sibra, who we were drafting each other up and down the straights, and kept passing and swapping, and
we saw that.
Yeah, that probably chewed up a little bit of time. I probably had the pace to catch back up to the back of those top 5 guys, but the battle with Rick sort of went on for about 5 or 6 laps, and that sort of put the end to that and killed the rears. And 7th was okay. I think just too many mistakes tonight, unfortunately.
And occasionally we have an off night. That happens. That's racing. But halfway point of the championship, we don't have the points updated tonight, guys. We'll have to do that for you Monday night. But thoughts going into the back half of the season? There are some good and some challenging tracks ahead.
Yeah, definitely. I actually haven't looked at what tracks are coming up, to be honest.
Detroit next week.
That'll be another new one. No, it's just each week they're new tracks. So again, it's tonight probably showed I didn't get a lot of practice in, and I think that sort of is where those mistakes start to creep in a little bit. But no, to be honest, I think we're sitting 3rd or 4th at the moment. I know a couple of the boys have had a couple of off nights, which has popped us up a little bit higher. But just to be mixing it with the guys is a lot of fun, and each week we're getting quicker just by learning and following some of these quick guys around, which is really good.
Then we're going to go to Barber and Spa and then Road Atlanta, if you don't mind, to bring us to the penultimate round of the season, and then all roads lead to the alleged Holy Grail, Mount Panorama, on the back end of all of that. So there's some good tracks ahead.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think Bathurst and Spa is one we all probably know like the back of our hands. I think Barber we did in the GT3s a couple of weeks ago, so that'll be a little bit more familiar, and a couple of new ones in there. So, no, looking forward to it. And as I said, just mixing with these guys now is a lot of fun and gives us a lot more confidence heading into next season, really. And hopefully a few of the boys, I had Parry and Yanni in the air tonight helping me through it. So big thanks to those boys. That hopefully we can get a couple of them in the cars as well for a run.
Indeed. Hey, hang there for us. We'll come back to you in a moment. Jackson, your thoughts on the stock car race first, and then your thoughts on fifth tonight, which, by gee, you worked for 100th of a second is all you had over Paul Rogers at the end of that race.
This is the one I'm looking for.
Oh, man. Well, first of all, stock cars, probably the best fun I've ever had in iRacing. I'll put that out there. Huge credit to Dennis. Man, we went door to door for the last 5-6 laps, and man, it was probably the hardest I've ever had to drive and defend. Like I've said a few weeks in a row now, I'm not a defensive driver. I hate defending for position. It's just not my style, but I'll only ever do it if I absolutely have to. And absolutely, Dennis didn't make it easy at all. But all credit to him. He was extraordinarily clean. Like, we got through some parts where I thought for sure one of us was getting bumped off, but no, we left each other millimeters, and that's, we left as much room as we needed to leave each other, and both came out on the other side. And yeah, we're just really happy I've got the one up on him. But either way, even if he got past, I would have been still incredibly satisfied.
Indeed, and on the subject of the stock car race, Dennis, you had a fair good run as well. I mean, that was a cracking race to watch. We enjoyed every second of it. There was something happening everywhere on the circuit. Quick comment from you about the outright result, considering on Monday night you weren't even going to bother. And secondly, how'd you contend with the extra traffic out there in what was a very impressive field across the two splits?
Absolutely. No, I genuinely wasn't going to race. I was going to come in the commentary box with you. I definitely wasn't going to co-host. I was just going to be a special guest. That's really a sensitive topic, but that's all right. And no, I was talking to, obviously, you get peer pressured into things. I mean, I'm not going to deny it. Trent was like, just do it, you word that I can't say. Yeah, and then Kestra as well, and everybody. And I was like, you know what, fine, I'll jump in. I was actually really surprised with my pace. I didn't have the pace of Brenton and Cal, of course, but I was there. I mean, I was there or thereabouts with the others. And yeah, for some reason in my pits, it was making me hold for an extra 3 seconds. I don't know what that is, and I don't have the experience to sort of figure that out. But yeah, Jackson got out in front after the pits. I probably could have been more aggressive and kept the inside line, but that just would have made it rough. So I let him go because he genuinely had, I looked at it realistically. He's in the fast lane before me. I'm going to sort of sit behind. And yeah, no, that battle was awesome. I tried to get as close as I could. I put the pressure on him. I tried to put that pressure cooker, let's say. But yeah, he held his lines well. He didn't really make any mistakes. The gentleman just absolutely drove well. So no, that's all credit to him. That was a great defensive drive though. I definitely had him on the inside in the chase a couple of times, and yeah, it was like genuine millimeters left between us. If there was a bit of net code, it probably would have sent one of us. But yeah, it was good racing, mate. It was so much fun.
Oh, I didn't want to have to rule on net code.
Oh yeah.
No.
Yeah, that always
no
makes
one wants to rule on net code.
No, absolutely not.
Hey, also, I'm going to come back to Dennis and Jackson in just a moment while we've still got Brenton here and also David. Thoughts on Detroit Belle Isle, because, Bathurst is a concrete canyon for the stockies, but you guys have your own concrete canyon next week. Belle Isle, Detroit, we've seen fireworks there in the past. This is going to be a challenge.
Oh, it's going to be fun. Been doing plenty of laps around there this week already, and then lap one it will be interesting. Just hope everybody's smart and gets through it.
I think I'll let James do race control for that one as well.
That's it, exactly. Just say that you didn't draw the short straw or something, Chris. Brenton,
Yeah,
thoughts?
Battle Isle. So yeah, that'd be interesting. You rattled off a upcoming schedule before. It's like Christmas came early for me. There's a whole lot of good racetracks right there, and that place is one of the good ones. So haven't driven there a lot, but yeah, rough and ready. I love it. Let's see how that goes.
Indeed. Hey, also, we should point out at this point in time that we will be back with you Monday night for the continuation of the GT3 series and also Intro to Wings, ladies and gentlemen. So looking forward to that immensely. Of course, it's Alton Park on Monday night. Wednesday night, we head to Interlagos. So we're doing some continent hopping over the next couple of weeks, which is really going to be fun. Interlagos for TCR and GT4 into the Porsche GT3 Elite Cup. We're back bringing you the Elite Cup this week. And, of course, next Friday night, the double head-up, the stock car venue to be announced because it's a member vote. And that's the next question I'm going to go to Dennis, Brenton and Jackson on, because we've already had a couple of thoughts from other drivers throughout the course of the night, but the production cars and the supercars will be from Belle Isle in Detroit. Looking forward to that immensely. So the obvious question for Brenton, for Jackson, for Dennis, when we get to next Friday night, when the poll goes up Monday morning, is there a certain circuit that's not already on the schedule or not already been on the schedule that you're looking at and thinking, yeah, let's have a crack there? Brenton?
Not really off the top of my head. I'm pretty cruisy. I'll just go wherever. Jefferson Circuit reverse. There you go. That'd be good fun.
Oh.
Dennis?
I'm going to go Oran Park.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Jackson?
Yep, I'm 100% with Dennis there. Belle Isle's one of my favourite tracks.
Ooh, that was brought up too.
Yeah, well, Belle Isle's one of my favourite tracks, but 100% Oran Park. It's probably my favourite of all the tracks on iRacing. It's just a shame it's one of the few that doesn't exist anymore.
Exactly.
in real life. But yeah, definitely nodding my head at you there, Dennis. Good choice.
Damn straight.
I'd have to say Oran Park, or just to be completely
Wow.
left field, go an oval, just to throw a spanner in the works.
I'm hearing yet, but I don't think Nick will throw an oval up as a choice. But I like the option. However, I did mention Kota, and that's only because NASCAR's actually the top flight is going there next year, so that's the other reason I like. And Nick also said something about not liking flat circuits. The other circuit that was mentioned by the boys earlier was Mosport, so there's a fair range of where we're going for next week. Short and tight circuits like Mosport, and also Oran Park, ladies and gentlemen. That's it's going to be a flip of the coin, I think, between heads and tails who wins that one. But then, of course, the regular venues: Watkins Glen, Sonoma, the Charlotte Roval, and then the Daytona Speedway Roval, NASCAR style, will come up in the next 4 weeks after that for the Stock Car Series on a Friday night. Well done, boys. Fantastic effort. I think we might leave it at that because it is 26 past 11. Just stay with me there for a second, though, because I'm going to come back to you in a moment. I can update you on the stock car standings and the production car standings before we wrap up, folks. Supercars is held over until Monday night because Adam Lavers does the number crunching, and he's got a 4 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time start tomorrow morning, so he wasn't going to stay up any later than he had to tonight. Brenton Hobson leading clearly in the production car series, 157, helped by the absence of Michael Hammond tonight. Simon Ferris on 93, Michael Hammond on only 1, Jonathan Turner 87, Simon Francis 76, Grant Gill 68, and then 63 for Ben Collard, Tony DeRossi on 61, 47 apiece for Jaden Russell and Josh Thomas. That's the top 10. The stock car series, and I'll also run through the ARCA standings here as well, folks. The second split, Cal Watmore 154 leads Michael Schreier 140. Schreier didn't have the best night at the office. They were tired going into that round, but Watmore's been able to clean up. If only he'd got pole position as well, but no, Brenton come out and stole his thunder there, put the stick in the tail. Trent Lavis 121, Brenton Hobson 120, and that's not bad considering he didn't race the first round. Let's point that out. Adam Lavis 106.91 for Jackson Rayhan and Nick's on 73, then Kester Ward on 66, 47 for Michael Cracknell and 43 for Dennis Gaderick. The ARCA split, Warwick Sharp, 150. GC had a good run tonight. Dylan Gray, 76.72 for Anthony Visma, Connor Brown on 68, and Josh Millard on 55. So we'll bring you, I believe, given where we are in the stock car series and how well received the ARCA presence was tonight, I believe they're going to run combined for the next few weeks, but that's subject to confirmation. Brenton, I noticed that you and Cal, in the thick of your battle, you were able to stay with him, I think, because he took a little bit longer to get around lap traffic, and that worked to your advantage. After each and every pit stop, the margin was about 3 seconds. You claw it back to 1.5, and it was because of lap traffic. So the question to you is, A, how'd you enjoy racing in the bigger field, but B, navigating the lap traffic as well?
Well, yeah, lap traffic for me tonight definitely worked in my favour. Cal was he did the strategy that I would have done if I was behind at the first stop. He pitted a lap early, and I never got that spot back. So he made the right call there, and that was just the way the race played out. But a combination of the traffic and the one lap fresher tyres after the stop meant that I was able to get back to him. So for me, the traffic helped. I know my teammate, the traffic didn't help.
Yep.
he copped a pretty average rejoin, I think, from one of the other cars. So he was a bit upset. But I actually like the bigger field because it means that the pit stop window becomes a lot more risky. So we saw tonight all of us at the front stayed out under the caution instead of pitting, where normally we all would pit, because worst case you come out in like 7th or 8th spot. And tonight we might have come out 25th. So it's like you just can't give up that much track position.
Exactly.
So all of a sudden, somewhere in the middle, someone takes the gamble and pits, and they end up in a really good spot because they're the first car to pit. But it's not the guys at the front of the field. So I actually like it. It makes the strategy a little bit more difficult and a little bit more risky to get right. So I like it. I think it's good.
Yeah. On that subject, we saw you throw everyone a dummy, including us in the commentary box, by poking the nose towards pit lane under that caution, and then doing what Nick did and trying to run a 12-lap stint, which didn't work for Nick. He ran out of fuel on the last lap. But with regards to you, what was going through the mind and the process there of opting to stay out? Was it the fact that traffic would have been a part of proving to be a little bit of a hindrance in getting back to Cal at the front of the field? What was going through your mind?
Yeah, it's exactly like I said. The risk wasn't worth it for...
Yeah.
I knew I had good car pace tonight, which was the first time I can say that in relevance to Cal. And it just wasn't worth the risk. If there was not the two fields of cars, I probably would have come down. If Cal stayed out, I probably would have just done the opposite, knowing that worst case I'd end up, 5th or 6th, and I might get back to 2nd anyway on a better tyre. But it wasn't worth risking coming out in 20th or something and being nowhere. I just had to try and stay with him and try and beat him on the track, which was always going to be hard at Bathurst. It's a hard track to pass on. I gave it my best shot. But that was going to be my best chance. I felt like I was too big of a risk otherwise.
All right. Fantastic stuff. I would normally ask Nick or Paul for driver of the night. So in that case, I turn to Chris Kisby, because you can be a neutral sort of anti-bias person here as a club representative. Cracking display from all three races tonight. I don't think any of us are disappointed with what we've seen over the last 4 hours. But if you had to narrow it down to one or two drivers of the night, who would it be?
Okay, so for Nick, he gave it to Snell in TCR, Jackson in the stock cars, and Jackson in the V8s. But Kirby with a neat, clean drive. So Jackson +6 in the stock cars, Jackson +8 in the V8s. So that's where we go. V8s for me, I tell you, I would have to go with Nick on this one. Stock cars would have been Jack's. Would have been. It's gone now. In the V8s tonight, I was really impressed with Jackson, and the way he went there, it was just unreal. I can't remember the TCRs, and in the stock cars, I was race control, so I'm not going to go into that one.
Fair enough. I'll give an honourable mention to Brenton Hobson because, again, two tight finishes there. Daytona. But also, of course, his most impressive performance yet in the stock cars. He pushed Cal every step of the way. I applauded the fact that you had a crack there when you were sitting in second, Brenton, because too many times we've seen in real world and in sim world drivers just sitting behind because they legitimately can't find a way through. At least you had a crack, and okay, it didn't pay off, but you gathered it up and still brought it home in second. There was no harm, no foul right there. So, and if you'd had pulled it off, it would have been the move of the night, no doubt about that. As far as the rest of it's concerned, honourable mentions to Benny Snell because he mastered Brenton at his own game there, coming round onto the main straight in race one. To David Kirby for his clear and above best performance in the supercars as well, and obviously Jackson's getting the hang of the stock cars and everything else now.
To be honest, it was almost too many to be actually separate some.
I agreed completely, and Cal Watmore finally gets that deserving win at Mount Panorama as well. So, really good weekend, a week of motorsports so far, and the weekend still to come. Boys, next assignment, Monday night or Wednesday night or Friday night, whenever it may be. We look forward to your company then. Well done tonight. There's the celebrations from Brenton Hobson. Geez, he really enjoyed that, and rightly so. He had to work hard for it. So just recapping, Ben Snell winning race 1, Cal Watmore winning race 2, Brenton Hobson winning race 3. We had 3 different race winners in our triple header. It's been a couple of weeks since we've been able to say that. Congratulations to all involved in what's been a stellar night of competition and
Fantastic racing tonight, mate.
Absolutely, Chris. Thank you for your help throughout the evening as well,
Thanks
mate.
for
I know
having me,
you
Zach.
all haven't been here, but thank you for your insight and analysis as well.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's been a great night. Congratulations to all the guys there. Brendan, Hobbo, David, Jackson. Absolutely loved watching you tonight, and it was just unbelievable.
Final thoughts on all of that, and then I'm going to throw one more question at Jackson. Anyone else want to throw one final comment in before I let you go, boys?
Absolutely. I'll be hopefully in the main split for the supercars next week, and I'm hoping to sort of make a bit of a splash. Let's say I've been comparing my lap times to the main split, so I can see here Hobbo's average time was a 1:48.144. Mine in the development split was a 48.880, but our split actually had 6 degrees higher weather, so it's sort of I'm hoping to sort of be there. I mean it's going to be obviously a little bit of a sort of process to try and get to that, because I believe after the next round they're going to sort of analyze that, but I won the race by sort of 38 seconds, so it's like I really want to get through to that top split just to sort of give the boys a bit of a run. Supercars aren't my main thing, but I genuinely enjoy driving them, so hopefully I'll be there.
Yep. All right. Anyone else? David, Brenton, anyone else want to throw something in before we let you guys go?
No, just that I'm looking forward to that. Come get some, Dennis. I've got giving me a hard time already. You might as well stick one more in the mix. That sounds like a good time.
Shots have been fired right on a Friday night. Well done, boys. Fantastic. Jackson, finally to you. We're noticing everyone's talking about your constant ongoing improvement. What are you enjoying most this season? Because obviously there's the challenge of the Porsches, the versatility challenge on a Friday night, jumping out of, well, you're not in the production cars, but you're in the stock cars and then the supercars. And then, of course, on a Monday night, well, we know how much you love Intro to Wings.
Yeah, absolutely. It's unfortunate I'll be missing this week because I got work on Monday nights. So, yeah, I'll have to give that one a miss. But, it's stock cars is probably the most satisfying. Where do I start with those things? And obviously, long way to go on the V8s, like, Hobbo or, even Michael Schreier or Posy, they're the type of people that I aspire to be as quick as. But, one day, hopefully we'll get there. Just practice and laps. And, we're looking forward to it.
Halfway done in this championship, season 3 of the iRacing year. For the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, 35 races down in the last 5 weeks, another 35 still to come. And, I mean, as you can see here, all the boys are really enjoying what they're getting around in be it Monday Night Motorsport, Wednesday Night Motorsport, or Friday Night Motorsport. And we hope you're enjoying the package at home as well. And no one yet willing to say, look, this championship is home and hosed up for the taking, because split drop rounds come into it and a few other factors. And we all know storm season's approaching Queensland, so someone could fall victim to a blackout. We know internet can be a hassle at times, so there's many more weeks of enjoyment to come before we're going to get a clear-cut picture of who our champion-elects will be. But you'd have to say, after what we've seen tonight, Cal Watmore might finally get the stock car series he desperately craves, and Brenton Hobson's looking good in both the supercar and the production cars. So let's look ahead for you on SimShed Broadcasting, and also as far as the Gentleman Sim Racing Club Facebook page, broadcast page is concerned. We go Facebook Live again Monday, Wednesday, and Friday night. Monday, round 6 of the Intro to Wings, and then also the GT3 series, and that'll be coming to you live from Alton Park, the virtual Alton Park circuit in Great Britain. Really looking forward to getting there. Short configuration for Intro to Wings, long circuit for the GT3 series. Wednesday night, Hump Day Pilot Series, GT4 TCR, that will be an absolute cracker. The Interlagos circuit in Brazil, it threw up some great racing in the GT3 Intro to Wings night there a couple of weeks ago. It'll do the same next Wednesday night. That's coming your way as well. As the Porsche Elite Cup for Racecraft. And then on Friday night, we had, as I said, member vote for the stock cars. So we'll confirm that for you on probably Wednesday night where we're heading for that. But first up, production cars. Last up, the entree, the main course, and the dessert. That's how it goes on a Friday night from the Grand Prix of Detroit Circuit in Belle Isle, Michigan. So looking forward to that all immensely right here. Monday and Friday, SimShed Broadcasting, 7:30 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. And Wednesday night, we get on air about 5 minutes early, 7:25 Eastern Daylight Time for our coverage on Adam Lavis's Twitch account and also on the Gentleman Sim Racing Club Incorporated broadcast page. Thanks as always to Nick and to JP in the director's chair, to Chris Kisby and everyone else for their input tonight and their insights as well. The drivers for hanging around to this ungodly hour to have a chat to us, and we hope everyone has a great weekend. Motorsport this weekend, get out and support the AMRS round at Queensland Raceway. It's the first time the AMRS series, the AASA sanctioned series, is headed to the Paperclip, so that's tomorrow and Sunday. I might see you out there on Sunday the way things are going. And then, of course, the rest of it, it's a big weekend of motorsport with Formula 1 and MotoGP. IndyCar Monday morning. We wish Scott McLaughlin all the very best there. The Grand Prix at St. Petersburg. The alarm will be set nice and early for that one. And quickly, it'd be remiss of me, I don't know how many rugby league supporters there are here, but who are we on for the AFL and the NRL Grand Final, boys?
Go the Storm and go the Cats.
Storm and Cats. Cats are my
Broncos.
team.
I'm a bit of an underdog, mate. So I'm going to say Richmond, and you know what? I can't even say Penrith because I know that they're going to bloody lose. So yes, Storm. Yeah, let's just go with that.
Chris Kisby was mentioning the Broncos for the women's grand final, of course, against the Roosters. So I like that. That's very nicely done. And everyone else seems to be on that Geelong and Melbourne bandwagon. As a Storm supporter, I hope they win. That's all I can say. And we're looking forward to what is a massive weekend. So, yeah, AASA sanctioned AMRS event. First one in Queensland, only one in Queensland for the year. First one at QR, hopefully a sign of things to come. And the rest of it here, we're looking forward to. I have to say, gentlemen, finally, just as a sign-off here, this time 5 years ago, I was sitting in the ICU unit at the Prince of Wales Hospital after having brain surgery. I can safely say 5 years on, I've had a much better Friday night than what I did this time 5 years ago, although the nurse was a lot cuter than you lot. So that's neither here nor there. Thanks for your company, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've enjoyed the broadcast tonight. I'll finish on that note. Thanks to Nick, thanks to Chris Kisby and everyone that makes it happen for you. Friday Night Motorsport over and out from Daytona and Mount Panorama. Congratulations to Ben Snell, Cal Watmore and Brenton Hobson. Have a great weekend, everybody. We look forward to your company when we go Monday Night Motorsport after what's set to be an enormous weekend of sport. Enjoy the Cox Plate, the NRL Grand Final, the AFL Grand Final and all the motorsport, including Spa. And we'll see you back here Monday night for the GT Series, of course. The lead-in will be Intro to Wings. Until then, from all of us here at the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, thanks to Oculair, thanks to Central Coast Subaru, LJ Hooker Gander, Simple Sim Computers, Racecraft, and Flash Graphics, and also SimShed Broadcasting and Stone Cold Racing. On behalf of the team, I'm Zach Caban. Have a great weekend, everybody. Until we meet again on Monday night at 7:30 Eastern Daylight Time, it's bye for now.